down. My favorite rapper just announced a tour. My phone was buzzing like crazy. I'm so excited. I had to text all my friends right then to talk about it. Then someone started calling me and...
Let's try that again.
I turned my phone off right away. I never drive distracted.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
The backseat. Check the backseat.
All right, come here.
Check the backseat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the backseat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. You just crossed him over. Danced to another victim to the crossover. Cross him up and sit him down.
Crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair at Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Josh. Hey. Schaefer.
Hello.
And Nick.
Hi.
So every day I show up and I don't know what glorious combination of people am I going to talk to today on the crossover.
And today it's us.
And today it's you guys. We traded out 2 yesterday and got a different 2 today. Who knows which other 2 will be tomorrow? I know Josh will be here.
Me.
He have work during the College World Series.
Yep. Famously.
I will also be here.
Nick will be here. Good.
Mm-hmm.
You're done with half-day vacations?
Yes.
Well,
for now?
Sort of.
I mean, Thursday is going to be quite the adventure.
Thursday will be interesting.
Why?
Interesting is one way to describe what is happening on Thursday.
Why are you guys?
So I was supposed to have a haircut today at noon, and then my barber canceled.
Yep.
They didn't have any openings tomorrow, and the only opening they had was Thursday, and I would like a haircut before the College World Series.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to get a haircut Thursday at 12:30, maybe earlier.
That feels too late.
We are famously doing the show from the ballpark on Thursday.
Yes.
I feel like you have to probably just go to a different place to get a haircut.
This is a different place. So this is my backup place.
I'm very
go to a third one.
I'm very concerned. The reason we are doing the show at the ballpark on Thursday is for Nick's benefit. It's not for my benefit. And I'm very concerned.
This is concerning.
I'm scared. I'm very scared.
Have a little faith.
Don't know if
All
I'll
right,
have.
Let's have some faith, Josh.
Yeah.
Let's have some faith.
All right. Well,
faith. We got it.
Gotta have
faith in your barber. Faith in many things.
Mm-hmm.
Schaefer, what's going on? I want to talk to Schaefer.
Oh yeah.
What's up? I like your hat.
Thank you.
Somebody just asked if you were wearing a Chattanooga Lookouts hat.
I sure am.
Oh, I thought it was like Cleveland with the eye emoji.
No, it's a Chattanooga Lookouts hat, and it stems from a time where Happer and I used to do radio together, and I said out loud that I was getting into collecting minor league baseball hats randomly.
Oh.
And we had a listener who lived in Chattanooga, and I believe goes to multiple games a year of the Lookouts, and he felt that I needed a Chattanooga Lookouts hat. So he sent me a Lookouts hat in the mail, and I sent him back a Storm Chasers one.
Hell yeah.
I believe a Runza's hat.
Yeah, you have one. Yeah.
So I sent him, not from my personal collection. I went and bought him a nice new one that I had not sweated. That felt like the right thing to do.
That's very nice of you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he sent me a hat out of like nowhere. And so I also we had like some ticket stuff that I threw in there too.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
I love free tickets.
Listeners are great. Listeners are way nicer to me than the message board users can be.
Oh, that's a fun discussion.
So
listeners nicer than message board users.
That's absolutely true.
In fairness, the message board users are better for me overall
because they pay you.
They pay you money.
Yeah, they're not all of them, but some of them.
Some of them, yes. Yeah. I'm one of the message board users that does not
I don't
pay
ask for anything from either of them, but I have had more stuff given to me from.
Yeah, Schaefer, I thought I had a comped account with you guys, and I got charged some money, I think, recently. I'm not sure what's going on. Who do I need to talk to?
This is a Brunts thing.
I always text Brunts. Whenever we get logged out or like we can't log back in, I hit up Brunts.
I was dealing with this. Accounts. I was dealing with this on my drive over. Customer service stuff. For whatever reason, they made the decision a couple years ago I was removed from the admin tools of that, which I personally liked because that's less responsibility for me.
Congrats.
But the problem is people still come to you and then I have to like pass it off to Brunts.
Yes.
And then Brunts, who is around 97% of the time, invariably is then gone. The 3% is when everybody always wants stuff.
Correct.
And
Invariably, good word.
You know, he's in South Africa and he can't do anything for us. And I just text people back, yeah, I'm sorry, I don't. And
the moderators in South Africa.
The problem is you like, oh, you could ask other people in your company, right? No.
Not
it'd be like, yeah, I'll get to it.
You're better off waiting for 2 weeks.
Yeah. So
until Bruns
it would
gets
take
back from
about
South Africa.
It would take about the same amount of time.
Yeah.
Really. Me going to someone else in the company or
I
me
know.
waiting for
it's a
for
real
Bruns to return.
decision that you'd have to make. I totally understand.
But I don't want this crossover to get too far without getting to
what is this thing?
to this.
Because you involved Nick in this, right?
I went above both of you, and I have made the executive decision. I am running the crossover, and this is what we're going to do. Nick, take it away.
Welcome to the new game show that's sweeping the nation, or at least the crossover. It's the Connor Happer-inspired version of co-host Guess Who? And here's your host, Mike Schaefer.
Hello, everybody.
Sounds interesting.
Welcome in to the Connor Happer-inspired co-host Guess Who? Now, we all remember the board game Guess Who. This isn't that. This is a little bit different. Now, to set everything up here, we have two professional radio people that both live in Omaha, both are from Omaha, both went to the University of Nebraska, both have spent their lives in radio, both worked up the chain to get to where they're at, but one has had a turnstile of co-hosts, and the other has had one
co-host.
Yeah.
Connor Happer has had more co-hosts than the Kansas City Royals have division titles.
Wow.
Much more.
Connor
How
Happer.
many division titles you have?
Well, the Royals have 7 division titles.
Oh my gosh, you have more than that?
Connor Happer has as many co-hosts as Mike Tyson has children.
Wow.
Is that true?
That is.
Wow.
Now, in order to celebrate this fact, I have created a game today, and you are my contestants.
Okay.
Amazing.
You, who may not even know who all of these co-hosts are.
I'm going to start writing some names down.
You, Connor Happer, who may not even remember who your co-hosts were. And this, my friends, is the game.
I'm nervous.
I have selected 8. I said, so there's 8 co-hosts, right?
Uh-huh.
I have 4 tweets from each of those co-hosts. And we have 4 categories across, and we are going to play Name That Co-Host based off of the tweet.
All right. So I have written down 4 people that I know for sure were Happer's co-hosts.
I'm having trouble coming up with 8.
We can do it this way. I can either give you the names, or you can just try to figure it out on your own. I don't know which would be more fun.
I would rather try to figure it out.
I mean, that is definitely more fun. I have 4 names. Wasn't there a guy who went to Houston? Was there a guy did you ever co-host with that man, or did he just do the show with Lanny? You know what I'm talking about?
To set the parameters as well, the defined term of the and I worked with your now and former boss, Mark, to determine what the list was for this.
Oh, wow. You did your research.
These are people that it's not like a specialty show. It's not like these are the day in and day out warriors
for
who
months
have
at a time
with Connor Happer, sometimes for as short as just a few months. And sometimes for as long as, I don't know.
There was that one guy who went back to California because of
3
COVID.
weeks.
Okay, so to be
3
clear,
years?
you are an option.
Yes,
I am.
Mike Schaefer is one of the options.
One person that just left this room is also an option.
Okay.
Because he is
counts.
effectively a co-host.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely.
all right.
So
the
that
zone
should
does have one co-host
Now,
for you.
Brett
Let's
Kane,
go.
I mean, he's
Not
in
an
your
option.
promotional picture.
Brett Kane, not an option.
Not an option.
Not
No.
an option.
No.
So just in case anybody had that written down, Josh.
Okay. I did not. I
Okay.
did not.
All right.
I didn't think that you had done it.
All right. So here's how we're going to do
it.
it. We're just going to go back and forth. We're going to keep score to see which one of you does better, the guy who actually worked with them or the guy who doesn't even necessarily know who they are.
I know some
Because
of them.
his life is a beacon of consistency and your life is a beacon of chaos.
These people have wild tweets.
Oh, yeah, we have a hashtag.
Was fun.
We have a hashtag devoted to one of them, right?
Yes, we
How
do.
do you do this when there are thousands and thousands of tweets?
How did you do this?
You pick keywords and you find some amazing things.
All right, are you going to tell me the key word before you tell me?
Well,
the
I will
tweet?
give you the 4 categories that we are working off of, and here's how it will work. When it is your turn, you give me a number 1 through 8. I will read you off the tweet. First person gets an opportunity. Second person can steal if first person does not get.
Okay,
Perfect.
Okay.
So these are your categories. We have Huskers related tweets. We have food related tweets. We have general sports, as in not
Other
Nebraska specific related tweets. And we have miscellaneous. Anything goes.
I actually
except
feel
one
like-
of your co-hosts is less evocative on Twitter, if we will.
Yeah.
So that one will
Interesting.
be more of a sports oriented.
I feel like that would be the easiest category.
The miscellaneous.
The miscellaneous.
Because it gives
category.
away the people.
Yeah.
You be wrong.
Oh.
Should we start there?
Let's do so you were picking the categories back
and you
forth?
can pick any number. You don't have to go. It's not Jeopardy where there's any amount
All right.
assigned to any of it. So pick a number.
Miscellaneous.
Yep.
Miscellaneous.
1 through 8.
Number 6. Miscellaneous number 6.
All
Schaefer.
right. We are going to number 6.
This is awesome.
Answer. It's the Daily Double. I could wager $1,000. Perfect.
All right. We've got the tweet right here. Just went to a movie theater for the first time in over a year. Streaming is not a replacement. Don't believe the propaganda. Wake up, sheeple. Movie theater. Greater than.
That sounds like Jake Sorensen.
Wrong.
So I can go for the steal.
You can go for a steal.
I think
You
that
may
is-
not look at my computer.
No, I'm
screen.
not. I think that's Josh Odson.
Wrong.
Oh!
Now, let me offer this. I had not spent a lot of time on Josh Odson's Twitter before. That man reviews a ton of movies.
He watches everything.
So I would keyword search, right?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Movie too many.
I
No.
put in the word paint. Just paint. There was like 15 movie reviews. And I'm guessing it was like paint. I wasn't reading them all, but it was like paint by numbers or something like that. It was insane. Absolutely insane.
So are
do
you
you
going
tell
to
us-
give me the
I
answer?
will. Yeah, I'll give you the answer.
All right.
Who
And
was
that'll
that?
help you fill in some names here.
Okay.
That was Connor Happer's working backwards here. 6 co-hosts, Ryan Tabb.
Oh,
Really?
wow. I didn't realize
That's
that
kind of
guy
an
likes
upset.
movies.
Oh, he does love movies. I knew that.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Why Not Hoiberg says, my guess for the first one is you, Schaef. So Why Not Hoiberg would have been wrong
I
as well.
actually can't believe it's surprising to me that Tab spent a year without going to the movies.
Yeah.
But maybe COVID. Okay.
But he
figure
was
that's a
living in
COVID.
LA and it was
Yeah.
significantly more shut down
Yeah.
than
Lib.
most of the world.
Yeah,
Lib,
sure.
Lib
Yeah.
State. So it's
Yeah.
my turn now to pick
Your
a category.
turn.
Let's go with the non-Husker sports category, and let's go 4.
Good one.
Number 4. Watching Tiger is terrifying to the point I was watching him this morning, dozed off, and had a dream he hurt his back. Woke up and was upset only to see he was in the lead at the time. Wild 30 seconds.
Okay, so this is maybe the Masters in 2019.
I can also give you the date of the tweet
Who-
on some of them.
Yeah, who?
And I believe this was a December tournament, so not even like a big one.
Oh, my God.
You know what? The only person that I know, I know 2 people that really like golf. It's you and Jake. I'll go with Jake.
It is not Jake Sorensen. A very popular guess.
I'd like to steal.
Very popular
I know who
guess.
this is.
Who is it?
This has to be Michael Snow.
Mike R. Snow.
Oh, Mikers
Or,
now?
as he is known on Twitter, Mikers now.
Mikers now?
You get a prize.
Hell
Ah!
yes.
I didn't even know that guy was one of your co-hosts.
Unsurprisingly, Mikers now has some tweets.
Yeah?
We had-
Oh, he's got some.
part of
tweets.
it was I was like, I'm just gonna grab 4, and then it's like, well, this is good. Oh, this is pretty good. So the cut room floor here, gentlemen, incredible.
It's very good.
Very
Yes.
good. Okay, I'm up 1-0.
We're
Here we
back
go.
to Happer.
Josh, do you want to know all of the names of the people?
I mean, you said it would be less fun. I now have like 4 or 5 of the names, so There's just the guy who went to Houston that I maybe am wrong about.
I don't
think there's anyone that went to
No
Houston.
one went to Houston?
You know, all of these people, they all live here in Nebraska. You would know,
Except for the
have
lawyer.
interacted with all of them except
I don't.
one. I don't know if you would have.
Okay. All right. Do you
So-
want? Should we have him give the names?
Go ahead. So
Okay,
make
give the names.
Okay,
easier to
so-
follow along.
These are the names. It started with a 3-person rotation of Lanny Holstein, Jake Sorensen,
Yes.
Connor Happer, and then it went down to Sorensen, Happer, and then it went to Happer and Tom Stevens, which is the one that I did not know if you would know or not.
I've never met Tom.
And then Happer and Snow, I believe, at that point.
Probably.
And then Happer and Ravi Lula.
Yep.
And then Happer and
y-
Schaefer.
and you.
And then Happer and Josh Hodge.
Okay.
All right. Perfect.
That covers it, I guess.
Those are your
All
8
right.
choices.
I'm happy that I now know Tom. So I was wrong about the guy in Houston. Who is that guy? Do you know who I'm talking
I
about?
don't know who you're
No
He
talking
one
did a
has
show, I
been to
think, with
Houston.
Lanny. I think somebody did a show with Lanny and moved to Houston.
Oh, yes. That was prior to my time.
Okay. Do you know who that man
I
is?
do. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't remember his name off the top of my head. But
Yeah. It's not the guy who's an actor now. You didn't do a
No,
show with
not
that
that guy.
either.
No.
All right. Anyway, back to Schaefer.
Okay. So where
my
are we
turn.
at?
It's my turn. I'd like to go Huskers for 2, Mike.
Okay. So we've done miscellaneous and we've done sports. Now we're on the Huskers for 2.
Yes.
I find it fitting. Ethan Carter is spending his senior day as he spent his past 4 years jumping for passes out of his reach.
I know that one.
You know who that is?
That's got to be Mike Schaefer.
That is Mike Schaefer.
Yeah, that does sound exactly. That sounds like your tone. I just got a text.
Great tweet, though.
That's very funny. Was that the 2015 Iowa game?
I mean, it
Has
was
to be, right?
11-19, 2016.
Oh, he was on the 2016. Oh, so probably the 2016 Iowa game. Oh,
good tweet, Schaefer.
Thank you. Happer's up 2-0.
By the way, I just got the text of the man who went to Houston. So yeah.
Yeah.
He did a morning show back
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
All right, my turn. What's the category we haven't done yet, Schaef? Let's do food. That
Food's a
sounds
great
fun. Let's do
category.
food 1.
Food 1. Simple question. Is it necessary to fold pizza? Because I see it a lot on diners, drive-ins, and dives.
Don't know if that's very funny. Tom Stevens.
It's Tom Stevens.
That's kind of mean. I apologize. Sorry, Tom.
It is a great Tom tweet, though. It's a great Tom tweet.
All right.
Tom doesn't have that many tweets. So,
Tom was the most difficult
Yeah.
by far.
Yeah.
By far.
No offense, Tom.
I'd
Smile,
like to
Tom.
go. I'd like to stay in the food category, Schaefer, and I'd like to pick number 7, please. Food for 7.
Food number 7. The person I'm sitting next to is talking trash about crisp meat burritos from Amigos. I'm thinking about throwing a punch.
Oh boy. Against my best judgment, actually, you know what? I think I know. That sounds like Ravi Lula.
It is not Ravi Lula.
Oh,
I'm going to try to steal this one. I'm down to 2 people. Lanny and Jake.
Yeah, I was gonna.
Doesn't it kind of seem like something Lanny would say? Let's go with Lanny.
I don't know that he likes.
It is not a hashtag Lanny
He
tweet.
doesn't like Amigos. I don't
really?
He doesn't like.
I've only been there
anything.
like 3 times ever.
That's a Mike Schaefer.
Whoa!
Wow.
Yeah.
Dude, that does. I mean, you
Yeah.
you are volatile sometimes.
Throwing a
but-
punch.
Yeah, that's
Well,
a bit
you don't
much.
talk trash about crisp meat burritos.
Yeah, I honestly don't know if I've ever had one. I probably have.
I
It's
don't
good.
know if you would
Yeah.
like it.
Why not?
That's good.
I don't know. I don't
Schaefer
know.
and I bonded
It's hard
over
with
our
your
love of
Happer
crispy
is
burritos.
huge on the crab rangoon
Indeed.
crisp meat burrito.
Well, I'd try one.
Indeed.
Food is fun. Let's do food 8.
Food 8. I've never understood the fascination for sushi, raw fish, yet it seems like everyone and their dog will drive miles for it. Give me a steak.
Okay, that seems easy. To
Jake?
Jake Sorensen,
that's,
correct?
that's an obvious.
You
Yeah.
get a
Yeah,
prize. I
that's
believe
He doesn't
it's
seem
2-2 now.
He doesn't like culture, right?
Is that
Isn't
right? 2-2?
Jake's-
Correct. He doesn't.
Yes.
He's never
Yeah.
done anything.
Jake's bit
Sorry,
is
I
not
should have
liking-
been keeping score.
That's all right.
It's 2-2.
It's 3-3, right?
No, it's 2-2.
It's 2-2. Tom Stevens and Jake, and then
Okay.
you got 2 in a row with Mikers now and
All right, let's
Someone
go
else.
to
Someone else.
Let's go to random sports.
Okay.
For let's do random sports number 3. Random sports 3.
Random sports number 3. I think Kearney Little League team just got themselves out in the 4th inning on 4 pitches. They're down 2 runs to Johnston, Iowa. Work the count. Definitely some tough questions coming for the skipper post game.
That sounds like someone doing a bit of Sipple.
Yeah, work the count. Wasn't anything crazy in there. So I'm trying to let's go back to Michael Snow. Is that Michael Snow?
It is not Mikers now.
Okay. Sad.
Who would be at a random little
It's on TV because they went to the World Series, remember?
Oh,
It's the Carney team.
Yes.
Okay, so this is not someone who went to a random baseball game.
No. They were watching Carney Little League on television.
Who of your co-hosts is that? Who did you just guess?
I guess Michael Snow.
Yeah, that is a really good guess. Oh man.
It could be Schaefer. It could be Schaefer
Yeah.
again.
No, I don't think Schaefer would watch. I'll go with Jake again.
It's not Jake. It's a Josh Hodson.
Whoa! Yeah,
Hodson.
and he just said, "I'm truly terrified of what tweet of mine will be read."
Nothing too crazy, Josh. You're
yeah,
good.
I'm surprised that he did that. Let's go Huskers. Which number did we pick for the
Give me a
previous
random
segment?
Huskers.
2. Huskers 2 is
Let's
off
go
the board.
Huskers 1. Let's do Huskers 1.
Huskers
Okay,
one.
this is
A lot
the
of
only
license
one like
plates.
this because my choices were somewhat limited. So it has an image, but I will explain the
Okay,
image.
perfect.
All right. The tweet says, "Oh, look, the Huskers' last ranked win." And it is an image of the Nebraska Notre Dame 14-7 win from the 1920s.
Who's not a Nebraska fan in that group?
Oh, I actually don't know the answer to that question. Does that help
Or
explain
maybe
it?
it's just sarcastic. I don't know.
The last. Oh, let's go with Grub. Grub, what's his name?
Tab.
Tab.
Yeah.
There's a couple of B's in each name. Is it Tab?
That was the other guy who moved
Did
to
we,
Yeah,
call
my
him,
bad.
did we call him Tub?
Yeah, Tub.
Is
Okay,
it
that's
Tab?
what I thought. I was like, that sounds right. Yeah, it's Tab.
Yeah.
You get a prize.
I had to be walked into it, but nice.
This
Oh,
is
so he
fun.
was talking trash?
But Josh is now beating me at this game.
Yeah, I know your
Yes.
co-host
I
better
kind
than
of
you
thought
do.
this is how it'd go because you have to work through a lot more, and he's just throwing darts.
Yeah. Let's go back to food. Food for I don't know, whatever hasn't been used. Give me a good food one, Schaefer.
Nice.
Well, you got to give me a number. 1's off the board. 7's off the board. 8's off the board.
Why do I have to give you a number? Why
Because
can't
it's
you
just
just
say
easier
2.
that way.
We should have just
2.
done the numbers in order. That would have
Just
made
give me
it a
a
lot
random
easier.
one?
I'm letting you guys pick your own adventure. That's what I'm doing. So you want 2?
2. Food for 2.
All right. I have also damaged pants beyond repair after a trip to Golden Corral in 2014.
I have also, what's the first part of this?
I don't know.
Damaged pants beyond repair was the reference to the Scotty Scheffler thing, right?
So this is a new
This
one.
is a very
recent one.
recent tweet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Who likes Golden Corral? I have a guess on this.
Now remember, 3 people should be out of the food category.
I don't
but
remember
you have
who.
to.
I don't remember.
Oh, crap. We should have been keeping track.
I don't
Coulda,
remember
woulda,
who.
shoulda.
Yep. We were really struggling. Nick, could you get that info for us, please? Thank you.
I mean, I'm gonna go back to Michael Snow.
It is.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
You Michael Snow. I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure he's been guessed a lot, but he's also every time it has been him, someone has gotten it right. So out of the
Okay.
2 of you,
Okay, thank you, Snow.
so
Appreciate
I
it.
believe you're now tied.
I have
We're tied
received a
at
text
3.
from Snow, by the way, during this.
Oh, thanks
Is
for
Snow
listening.
Yeah, he is.
Hell yeah, Snow.
Fantastic.
What's going on, man?
He said, "Why are my tweets being read?" LOL.
Nice.
All right, Josh.
I did not alert any of the contestants that this would be,
Schaef, which of the categories have we done the least so far?
So food now 4 are out. Huskers 2 are out. Miscellaneous, I think only
Let's
1
do
is
another
out.
miscellaneous.
Miscellaneous.
Miscellaneous 1.
I just found an iPod in my car that's not mine. What does that mean?
Wow, that's good.
What does that mean?
What does that mean? I'm gonna guess Snow again.
No, not
All right. Now I could leave it. I don't get deduct. There's
Snow.
no
There's
deduction.
no deduction.
Yeah.
It just gives you an opportunity.
I'm gonna say Lanny.
We have our first hashtag Lanny's tweet.
Yes.
You get a prize.
What does that mean? Sounded
That
very
does
Lanny.
sound
I
like
am
Lanny.
telling the listeners, just go to Twitter, just search.
He's private now. I'm
He
pretty
is.
sure.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
And
Because
so
he
I
just
had
tweets about
access to him.
Colorado all the
Oh
time.
my gosh, there is gold in those hills, folks.
Yeah.
I mean, I left like so many. Maybe later in the show we'll read through. Maybe tomorrow it'll just be me reading off the.
Oh, that's fun.
He's got a lot of things
They're
to
incredible.
say.
I'm going to look
He
up.
was very good at radio.
I'm going to look up the first Lanny tweets hashtag that we did. Which
I don't know if you can because you're going to run into ones that are going to be on this list. So it'd be.
That's true. All right, I'll save this and I'll read it during the commercial break.
Happer is currently up, by the way.
I'm winning.
Okay. 4-3.
And that was a steal, so I get to pick the category.
Yes, you get to pick.
Score.
Let's go back to miscellaneous.
Okay.
Let's go with number 3.
Number 3. I'm not sure there are 5 better songs in music history than Running Down a Dream.
That's got to be Tom Stevens.
That is not Tom Stevens.
Whoa! He's a big, well, who does that song?
Tom Petty.
Tom Petty. Yeah, he's a big Tom Petty guy.
I assumed it was Tom Petty based on the person.
Yeah.
So.
Huh.
Oh, okay. So I was going to guess Schaefer, but the way he just said that kind of gave it away that it is not him unless he's
It is not Schaefer.
That he is playing mind games right now.
It's also not Lanny.
It's also not Lanny.
I know who it is.
You know who it is now?
I think so.
He can't guess back, though.
Yeah.
It's not Tom Stevens. I'm going to say that it's not Ravi.
Who would say something?
Yeah, not a lot of Ravi been mentioned so far.
Not well.
A lot of Ravi on the board.
Hello, Ravi out there.
Does Otson like Tom Stevens or does he like Tom Petty?
It would be funny if this is how we find out Ravi's a closet Tom Petty.
It's not
fan.
Josh. Well,
I liked it more.
Oh,
when it
Sorensen.
It's Sorensen.
It's Sorensen.
Yeah.
I liked it a lot more when it was does Otson
like Tom Stevens. Josh, do you like him?
We should all have a party and all everybody
was-
meets each other.
I was worried
It's like
this
bringing
wouldn't-
friends together.
I was worried this wouldn't go over well, and it's gone way better.
Of course it would. Let's just keep going with the miscellaneous. Whatever
Okay.
number is next in the miscellaneous.
Okay. So we just did 3, so
Yeah,
now
we
we're
haven't
on
had
4.
any Ravis yet.
So this
It's coming.
All right.
I want
Ed
more
Service
Schaefer tweets.
is single-handedly trying to kill baseball with a million pitching changes. Hashtag boring.
Say the first part.
Ed Service is single-handedly trying to kill baseball with a million pitching
So this
changes.
is definitely not Ravi.
So this is a Husker baseball.
Someone who watches Husker baseball.
Yeah.
I gave a disclaimer on this earlier if anyone was paying attention, but this would be the tweet that does not fit into miscellaneous because said person does not really have tweets.
Oh, Tom Stevens.
Correct.
Nice.
All right, no points awarded.
You get a
no
prize.
No points awarded.
Shoot,
That was my. Oh,
I
that was yours.
almost
No, you
did-
get the point.
I almost doubled up Lanny, but then I didn't want to throw off the.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go to Huskers 7.
Huskers 7.
Scott Frost.
Huskers in the NFL.
Many have asked how to watch and who to root for Creighton, Iowa as Nebraska ball fans. My advice, watch a few reruns of Everybody Loves Raymond and completely forget the game is even happening.
I have a guess.
Who would tweet about everybody?
See,
Loves
that's the key
Raymond?
part of this is who would tweet about Everybody Loves Raymond. It's not the first half of the tweet, it's the second half of the tweet.
Yeah, that's definitely the answer is in there somewhere.
Yes.
Who would think about everybody?
I'm
Loves
fairly
Raymond?
certain I found this by searching for reruns. He's like I said, I was just throwing in random words.
This is this our first Ravi tweet?
Whoa, I think Ravi would be watching Creighton versus.
Yeah, he's
Iowa.
a Creighton guy.
Oh yeah.
That's
Is it
I
you?
got it
It's
wrong.
not me.
Oh man, I
You're
figured
both
you.
wrong. That's a Jake source.
Yeah, I
Everybody
guess-
loves
yeah, yeah.
Raymond.
Sounds about right.
You know, when the shoe fits.
Yeah, really, really does.
Jeez, they could really fit any. You know, this is good.
Schaef, what the lowest Huskers number that we have for us?
That'd be
It's
number
2.
8.
Number 8, Huskers 8.
Okay, here we go. I just don't know how to handle success with Nebraska sports.
I've never hosted a show with Jack Mitchell before.
That actually sounds like you,
I think that could be you. Yeah.
Mike Schaefer.
That's not Mike Schaefer.
Ah,
That would have been my first guess as well. Is it Mike? It's
No.
your pick.
Now it's your guess.
Mike Snow again.
It's Mike Snow.
Yeah.
You get a prize.
Yeah. I think what we've learned here. What have we learned about Michael Snow?
He's apparently very predictable
Yeah.
on Twitter.
Real quick, are we counting that one earlier that Josh got? I'm keeping score, but
I
I
think
want
it
to be
has to
accurate.
count.
I
It's
think
a-
I'm up by 1.
Yes, unless we're counting that other one.
No, I think we have
then
to
you're
count
tied.
it because
Yeah,
it's
I
in
guessed
the
it.
game.
I guess.
Okay, then you're tied.
Hell yeah.
Great. All right, my turn.
Your
Yep.
turn.
Let's do. How many unused food takes do we have
Oh,
out there?
good.
We
great
have
question. Man, I
looks
really
like number 6 is available.
6. Food 6.
Food 6. Let me really suggest not to eat beef sticks while intoxicated. It ends super badly. Or so I've heard, ...
Ravi.
Ravi!
Oh,
you get
Beef
a prize!
sticks, so I've heard ... 3 check.
Is
Ravi's a ... guy.
Oh, I haven't noticed this.
Ravi's ...
What? I should have searched
Poll
more
question,
for
is
that.
Ravi a ...
Ravi's a ...
See-
and a beef sticks.
The funny thing is, I could also read this in Sip's voice. I could hear this in Sip's voice. So I've heard.
He wasn't one of the options, though.
Nope.
Let's see. Non-Husker sports, and again, whatever the lowest number is that we haven't done today.
I can't root for Koepka. He feels like a guy who wouldn't hesitate to eat your liver for lunch. Hashtag PGA.
Okay. So that's going to be the
Hashtag
giveaway.
PGA.
Who would do a hashtag for PGA for some reason?
Yeah, I think
The first half, actually, I thought it was Schaefer because him and I had conversations during the 2019 PGA Championship about how boring Brooks Koepka is. But I don't think
is it Schaefer?
See, I don't think Schaefer would do hashtag PGA though.
If it's not Schaefer, then I know who it is.
Oh man, who does hashtag?
I'm gonna steal this.
Jake.
It's not Jake.
Oh,
Is it Mike Schaefer?
No, it's not me.
It's Tom Stevens.
yeah. Oh, duh! Of course.
Yeah.
I even thought about not reading the PGA
The
part, but I'm
hashtag?
like, well, I feel like I have to. It's part of the tweet.
Duh.
Hashtag
So
PGA.
obvious.
All right, I don't get a point for that one. Let's go to let's stay with other sports.
Nice.
Other sports for 7 or whatever.
Number
we have
7,
yeah. I don't why it's still not clear why we have to pick numbers, Schaefer. It's stupid.
It's part of the game.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
I mean, it really is it though. Schaefer could have just read them off in the
Just
order.
read them off in whatever order you want.
Why do you guys hate fun?
I don't
We
want
don't
to.
hate fun.
The
We
numbers are stupid.
we love the whole segment.
Would you like the tweet or not?
Yes, grab me the
Okay.
two. Yes.
This whole peacock thing is the worst.
Jack
Everything
Mitchell.
is about money. Nothing else matters. Not you, not me, certainly not football. Football is a conduit to money. That's all they care about.
I know who this
That
is.
would be Lanny
Of
Holston.
course it is. My goodness. Wow.
Not you, not me.
Wow. Man, when they announced that Peacock game last year, he was pissed. Give him and Jack Mitchell a podcast.
I worked with some eccentric people.
Yeah, you really have.
Happer, you've got a commanding lead right now.
I'll buy 2. I'll buy 2.
Up by 2. I thought he was up by 1.
It was.
Back to
Ah. Huskers, whatever the next number is.
Okay, so far we have. All right, we'll just go to 3.
I like how we handshake meme on the numbers.
The numbers.
We need more Huskers baseball coverage. Like, how is the depth chart shaking out? What's the rotation? Yeah.
You get a
The
prize.
best part of this is it's like a February 1st. Like, they don't play for another 3 weeks.
Nobody's ready for baseball on February 1st.
Except for him.
Lanny.
Oh, that's awesome.
All right, let's go miscellaneous for whatever. 4,
I love this.
6, whatever.
4 has been used. You said 6
Yep.
as well. 6 has been used.
Any
Do you want the one between 4 and 6?
5 is great. Yes.
I don't need snow on Christmas. I don't need snow ever. Stop asking for snow. Grab some white spray paint if you really need the ambience.
Lanny Holstein.
Not
Lanny.
Whoa.
Well, then it's his. It's his
Snow?
No.
Oh, is that Jake?
It's Jake.
Snow always wants
It's
snow.
definitely Jake.
It's Jake.
Not Jake.
Whoa!
Who is it?
Josh Hodson.
Oh,
Wow! Great take,
Josh. Wow.
Josh is sneaky. I don't know where Josh is at on some of these issues.
Hodson just commented, "That's me."
I don't know where he's at on some of these issues.
Oh,
That was a December 22nd, 2014.
Whoa.
This is
Political
what Josh
radio,
is.
Josh. My turn.
Yes.
Miscellaneous, whatever the next number is for miscellaneous.
All right. So we have gone through the first.
How many more questions do we have? I mean, I think
we have not done number 2 on miscellaneous. Do you
All
want
right,
that?
let's do it.
Creed is the only acceptable act for Thanksgiving halftime show.
well, that one's easy. You
That's-
know one Creed guy.
Actually, I don't. One of my best friends is a Creed guy.
You know 2 Creed guys.
Is Jake the Creed guy? Oh,
Wrong.
congrats.
Ravi Lula.
Wrong.
Whoa!
Whoa. Okay, that was premature.
Mike Schaefer.
What?
Wow! We know the 3 Creed guys.
Pretty sure they played in the Randy Moss Torch the Cowboys game, so I've always been a big fan.
People always want them to come back and play the Cowboys halftime show.
Yeah.
And every Thanksgiving, they show the highlights of the Creed halftime show.
They do.
I thought that was Robbie.
Nope.
Wow.
Well, no, because turkey was mentioned in there, though, wasn't it? Robbie hates turkey.
No, it's just Thanksgiving.
Very anti-turkey.
I mean, the idea of turkey is mentioned, I suppose.
Huskers. Give me a Huskers.
All right. What do we got left for Huskers? Does UCLA have the most elusive skill position players in the world, or can Nebraska just not tackle worth a steaming pile of elephant dung?
I have a guess.
Okay, so I was thinking the exact same thing, and it was the latter. So that's just so we're clear on that from the 2012 UCLA game.
Sure was.
Where Jonathan Franklin was getting to the sideline every play.
Horrible.
Let's go with Jake Sorensen.
Not Jake Sorensen.
You.
Not Mike Schaef. Robbie Lula.
Wow. Robbie negative back in 2012. Interesting.
Handshake meme. Me and Robbie thinking the same thing while watching the 2012 UCLA game.
I was watching that at a hotel in Iowa City.
I was at the game.
Oh, shout out to Schaef when he
I
traveled.
remember thinking, wow, Will Compton, could you be any slower?
And now he has
he
a
was
podcast.
not the issue that day.
What
It was another linebacker
John-
who was in
John
coverage
Papuchis.
on Jonathan Franklin and could not.
Sean
cover
Fisher?
him. Alonzo Whaley.
Oh, that's a name I haven't
Alonzo
thought of in a
Whaley.
long time.
What day was that?
Not that the other guys
September of
wouldn't-
2012.
I wasn't
Everyone was
watching it.
having issues. It
I was
felt like
playing
Alonzo
Skyrim.
Whaley was unfortunately the one who was often in coverage.
It's probably too late to be Sean Fisher.
That's the first weekend I remember listening to Gangnam Style.
What an incredible crossover.
That's the same
Whoop,
year that it
whoop,
broke
whoop.
the YouTube view record.
Exactly. That's why I remember hearing it, Nick.
Oh, man.
September of 2012. What a time.
All right. I'm going to do some.
Give me some good ones. Come on. Just two,
Okay.
like 2 more.
Yeah, 2 more. That sounds good. My turn?
Yeah.
Food. Whatever next is whatever next in food. Whoop.
Okay. Giving you 3 in food. I just carried a loaf of bread like a loaf of bread. It was basically the same as chicken fried chicken. Think about that one, folks.
What does that mean? Carried a loaf of bread like a loaf of bread.
Tom.
No, he wouldn't have said folks.
No.
Folks?
I don't know.
Who was folksing?
Who was folksing?
Tab?
Certified platinum Lanny tweets.
Wow.
Really?
I believe you responded to it. Stibbs responded to it. Stibbs says he carries his bread like a football. You know, like, just so on and so
Carried
forth.
my loaf of bread like a loaf of bread.
Wow.
Folks.
Odd.
All right, one more. Just anything on the board, Schaefer. Give me a banger. Like,
Oh, that's a good idea.
yeah.
Dealer's choice.
The Bang Boys.
The Bang Boys.
Um,
I hope people have enjoyed this game because they probably don't know what we're talking about.
Text from the 402. Josh just revealed he never listens to Sipple's radio show, missing that Tom Petty, Jake Sorensen question. Tough look. That's true. I support our station.
Why would you listen to that show?
I'm a zone boy. I
Yeah.
listen to Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
with the decade coming to a close, a lot of people are reminiscing. Luckily for us football fans, you can watch the last decade of college football every Sunday. It's this really cool league called the NFL, and they just do everything college football does, but 10 years later.
I have a guess.
Mike Schaefer would be my guess.
Not Mike Schaefer.
Wow, that was going to be my guess too. Otson.
Not Josh Hodgson.
Well, let's just keep guessing.
All right.
This is tiebreaker, ultimate tiebreaker.
They're not tied though.
I don't care.
Shut it, Nick.
Tab.
It is.
Wow.
You get a prize.
Tab tweet.
So what did we learn?
We learned that I have a lot of people that I've done radio shows with and I've gotten to know at a very personal level. I crushed you at this game, by the way.
Yeah, you scored 8 points.
How many
Thank
did
you,
I
Nick.
score, Nick?
6.
Hey, that's not crushing. That's a 2-point win.
You got some easy ones. You got some obvious.
If a team won a baseball game 8-6, you'd be like, that was a good game.
I would be
It
confused.
would have covered the 1.5 gambling line, so not really.
What if it was 2.5?
Well, that's not normally baseball's usually.
I know.
Sorry.
It'd be a weird game, 8-6.
Star Wars Fiend says, I think this would have been more enjoyable if more of us listened to Connor prior to 1620 The Zone. LOL.
It's Schaefer's game. Blame him.
I thought it was a great game, Schaefer.
I really liked it too, but I'm me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how people felt about it. I just know that it was going to amuse me. And
It
that's
was
what I
very
cared
The
fun.
about.
YouTube comments liked it. It was a
Yeah,
good
There
game.
we go.
It was amusing. I'm amused. Well, now I'll just I'll group text all the people I've ever done a show with, and I'll say, go back and listen to this segment.
Oh, Jim and O'Neill
Schaefer,
says,
congratulations. You're in a new group text.
Oh, no.
Jim and O'Neill says this was the best crossover. Happy New Year?
I don't know.
Happy New Year. Otson says Happy New Year.
Okay.
Right.
I like Schaefer as a game show host. I like that idea.
Yeah, that was good
I
stuff.
just like reading the tweets. That's really all I wanted to do. And if we hadn't gotten there, I was definitely going to do the Lanny Peacock one because
that was awesome.
I read that to Shelby and she's like, we have Peacock. Why did you tweet that? I didn't tweet it. I like Peacock. I don't have a problem with Peacock.
I thought it was you.
Oh, that was great. That was
interesting.
Fun.
Yeah, I mean, there's some Schaefer and Lanny handshake meme stuff in there.
I feel like there's a weird combination of Sorensen, myself, and Lanny, and just like anger that spills over onto the internet written in a certain fashion.
Yes, he has a very particular prose.
Now, I will say this. Me and Josh have been together for 2.5 years.
Wow, is that your longest?
It may be the longest streak of all time.
This is amazing.
So
you come to the zone and you stay together forever.
And you didn't know that he hated
morning.
snow. You didn't know that he was watching the Little League. I don't think anyone got a Josh Hodson.
Josh's tweets were nondescript.
He went 0 for 3, and the one that you did not get to hear was about how do you feel about this one? Payday, low key, great candy bar.
I would have guessed Josh on that one. I would have guessed.
No
like
politics there. Yeah. Josh famously of politics.
The Creed
for a
one
long
is still
time.
throwing me off. That one was insane to include. That was a good one.
By the way, your wife has tweeted extremely entertaining crossover. Mike J. Schaefer. People do forget the revolving door of co-host Happer has had,
but they don't have to remember because it's 2.5 years.
When Happer has consistency at home, he can just have all the work wives or work husbands that he can have.
Nice
at work.
That's true,
and that's what Otson is today.
That's true.
All right, we should probably go to break.
Okay.
All right, that was fun.
Goodbye. It was. I had a great time.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Goodbye.
All right, that was a crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Mike Schaefer, and today the program starts next year on 1620 The Zone.
Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Temperatures into the 80s this afternoon with clear skies. We might squeeze out our first 90-degree day of the year, and if we don't get it today, tomorrow we'll start in the 60s and then get to that 90-degree temperature in the afternoon. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Hey, you hear that? That's the sound of loose change in your pocket reminding you to buy a 99-cent medium fountain drink from Casey's. So the next time you hear this, you already know where to go. 99-cent medium fountain drinks. It's not crazy. It's Casey's.
Funplex asked an AI assistant where you find ultimate summer fun. And,
Funplex, Nebraska's largest water park and rides, now with the brand new spinning, tilting Wipeout. Tasty treats, special events, private cabanas, and more. Probability of unforgettable fun, 100%. Funplex is the best choice for an all-in-one day of summer excitement.
So, see you at Funplex then?
I am a language model.
Yeah, fair enough. Get your human tickets at fun-plex.com. Let's go!
Introducing Modern Real Estate, the game changer in Nebraska's property market. With a competitive 2% commission rate, we're making buying, selling, and investing more affordable and transparent than ever. Our experienced agents blend local expertise with cutting-edge technology to provide top-notch personalized service to all clients. Don't settle for less when you can save big without compromising. Visit modernrealestateco.com and experience the future of real estate today. Modern Real Estate, redefining the way you do real estate.
Get ready to experience the excitement of college baseball's championship series in Omaha with Tickets for Less. Use promo code THEZONE to get exclusive savings on tickets for this year's games at ticketsforless.com. Every seat holds a story. Find yours with no service fees at ticketsforless.com.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Are Nebraska craft beers and ciders important to you? Whether you just love Nebraska brewed beers and ciders or you're a full-fledged craft brewery, there are benefits to membership for anyone with the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. Their sole mission is to foster and help grow the Nebraska-centric brewing community. Become a member today at nebraska.beer and help advance the craft beer and cider industry in the state of Nebraska. Find out more about the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild at nebraska.beer.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. RAMP.com/sports.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call in the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Gary Sharp for Lindley Clothing. Summertime is here and your wardrobe could use a Lindley Clothing fit check. I know they've helped me. Anytime is the right time to look and feel my best with Lindley Clothing. And right now, 25% off all spring and summer sportswear. Shorts, polos, short sleeve shirts, 25% off. Plus, if you mention my name, you'll get a free gift with a purchase of $25 or more. 25% off spring and summer sportswear. So what are you waiting for? Head to Lindley Clothing, 132nd and West Dodge in the Linden Market. They're ready to get your fit check right. And don't forget Father's Day coming up June 16th.
At Cox Mobile, we know you're smart. You brush your teeth in the shower to save time, make coffee ice cubes for your cold brew, and wear goggles to cut onions. You also added Cox Mobile. So smart. Now you're running on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability and saving on your Cox internet. It's ingenious, just like you.
Aw, thanks.
Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile. Cox postpaid internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability as measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. to age 2023. Other restrictions apply. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Mike Schaefer, now we get to do a radio show for the next 3 hours and 20 minutes.
Good.
Wow. Listen to the excitement in his voice.
He sounds stoked.
He sounds great. The program starts right now.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome in, everybody, alongside Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7 Sports, Josh Peterson, Nick Grimm producing. It is Unsportsmanlike Conduct here on 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, and Zone Live. No, wait, what is it? ZoneTV.live.
Yes.
We need it somewhere in the studio. I'm going to put it on the board. You can watch us there. Did you know that, Schaef? If you go to ZoneTV.live right now,
I still don't understand when it changed from Stibbs TV, but
when
3 years ago when he left.
When Stibbs died.
Yeah. Though he did rejoin us from the
couldn't
grave.
have just left it as a in memoriam.
Well, I mean, I guess we could have. I don't want to get too down right away, but I'm reading a book about a runner. Shocker, I know, who passed away.
You don't have to. You can talk about both of those things without having to pay to a jar anymore. Right?
That's true. I can.
You guys don't do the jar anymore, though.
No,
the jar died.
Yeah, Nick has all of the quarters.
Because I think I was like, you can't say boys anymore, and I heard it like
boys,
45 times.
Yeah, we still do that. Don't worry.
When I was a listener last week.
Yeah, that was very nice
was
of you.
fun.
But she died by suicide. Well, anyway, she has her Instagram page is in memoriam, and I didn't realize that they did that. So I didn't mean to bring the conversation super down. So I apologize.
Wow.
Jacob Padilla tweets in as we try to move the conversation into fun and frivolity. Motion to continue this game for the rest of the show. Yeah, how do we think that Happer would feel about remaining in here and just doing this game for many more hours?
What else has he got to do?
Exactly. Prep for the College World Series? Hell no.
I would say between several of us on there, myself being one of them, because I was certainly the most prolific of the tweeters. There's a lot of content to be harvested.
Oh yeah.
A lot of content to be harvested. But like I said, the fun part for me was I was just picking words at random. Like I ended up used elephant, and that's how I got the Ravi one for the UCLA game.
That's like Inception.
We didn't get to use
elephants?
one of the Tom Stevens one that made me laugh out loud.
What'd he say?
Let me pull this back up. One recruit is averaging 7 points and shooting 36% at the free throw line. The other has been kicked off the team. Nice class, Doc.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
I would not have guessed him.
I would not.
Oh, so that was a great game. If you missed it, go check out the podcast page for today's crossover. Let's get to the Grum Down, brought to you by the Rooferys
Grum Down
at John Higgins Weather Guard, because Mike Farron will be joining us in just a few moments. Mike Schaefer is in the house, and he has takes. He has promised me copious takes, including many about Caitlin Clark. We'll dive into her for a good 2 hours. Just kidding, Schaefer. We will not talk about Caitlin Clark today.
Sad.
Not one time.
Wow. So you hate women?
Nope. I don't hate women. I just don't have any desire to talk about anything anymore. That's kind of my operation in life, pretty much. Is more depth coming to the quarterback room? Here's a fun topic.
But what about the baseball team?
Which baseball team?
The Husker baseball team.
No, their season's done. We've moved on, Nick.
That was just a reference.
Okay, it's football season
game
now around here. My
Football.
apologies. Mike Farron, as we mentioned, how's the CWS prep going? He's joining us in just a few minutes. We'll talk about the College World Series, and I don't know. You'll probably ask him about the Reds, as you always do.
No, I didn't pick the Reds.
Brad Hand.
You would give me a team, and then I would work in a question at random.
Do you have any questions that you could come up with about the Detroit Tigers?
Yeah, easily.
All right, that's pretty cool. I couldn't do that. I have Schaefer invented a game for us today. I have a thing that we'll do all week long. Schaefer was on paternity leave for many, many months. He disappeared on us right before the Super Bowl. Then he came back for spring ball for some reason, and then he disappeared on us again. So we will get caught up with Schaef and his takes on a variety of things, just sports related, that have happened over the last handful of months, and we'll do that starting today. I have a couple of topics that I would love to hear him opine about. Michael Bruns, his colleague, he'll join us. He probably has some Husker thoughts, maybe one or two. You guys did a pod today. And he was in South Africa, so we can ask him how his trip was. Wooden bats and rubber hats. Apparently, it's back,
folks.
I can't believe it. People want this segment. They demand that we do more wooden bats and rubber hats.
Okay,
they demand it, so you're here for it. Steve Sipple will join us. He called a guy Big Boy on Twitter yesterday. Did you see that?
No,
it was pretty funny. Yeah.
Like Big Boy, as in the isn't that like the burger holding thing?
It was like, you know how people call someone buddy or guy.
Mm-hmm.
He did it in that way,
Gotcha.
Like Big Boy. And then we'll probably talk some NFL. You're here. I have one NFL topic that we could get to in particular, and so we'll probably do that later. Also, Aaron Rodgers, he's in the news again today.
Again?
Yeah, so that'll show up in content.
Sports related or Space cadet related.
Good question. Certainly a little bit of column A. Can't tell you for sure about column B.
Vice president related.
You never know with him. That's the Grum Down, brought to you by the Rooferys at John Higgins Weather Guard. 402-951-1620 is the 42 degrees. The Source hotline by your mom's house. You can give us a call or shoot us a text at that number today. You can also email us into the Equitable Bank inbox, Josh at 1620thezone.com. We take banking personally at equitablebank.com. And as always, the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed. He is at Mike J. Schaefer. I just went and retweeted his Ethan Carter tweet from November of 2016. And so we got that one out into the ether. So you can go like that tweet if you would like, from November 19th, 2016, as Nebraska took on Maryland in his senior day. Before then, they went and lost to Iowa the next week by a score 40-10. But they beat Maryland 28-0. So shout out to the Skurs. And then just hang out with us. Hang out with us all day long. ZoneTV.live, 1620thezone.com, all of the places.
Chill with the boys.
Nick is back. Mike Schaefer is in, and Mike Farron will join us when we return. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on this Tuesday of College World Series week. 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
At Union Bank, people don't have your money. Your money has people. First home people, investment people who answer the phone and your chats, dream car people, dream retirement people, driving your dream car in your dream retirement people, small business people, credit card people, and all the other people you need. At Union Bank, our people help you do more than you dreamed possible. So stop in and say hello. We can't wait to see you. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
At Cox Mobile, we know you're smart. You brush your teeth in the shower to save time, make coffee ice cubes for your cold brew, and wear goggles to cut onions. You also added Cox Mobile. So smart. Now you're running on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability and saving on your Cox internet. It's ingenious, just like you.
Aw, thanks.
Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile. Cox postpaid internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability as measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. to H 2023. Other restrictions apply. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
I'm Bridget Condon with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin signing a 3-year extension that will keep him in Pittsburgh through the 2027 season. Tomlin, the longest tenured active head coach in the NFL, has never had a losing record in 17 seasons as the Steelers head coach, leading the team to 11 playoff appearances and 1 Super Bowl title. Tight end Mercedes Lewis returning to the Bears for a second season after signing a new deal. The 2024 campaign will be Lewis's 19th season in the NFL. He ranks 3rd all-time among full-time tight ends in career games played, trailing only Jason Witten and Tony Gonzalez. And Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice spoke recently for the first time since his turbulent offseason, vowing to mature after a spring full of off-the-field issues. Rice saying, quote, "This is a step in a better direction for me." This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
They say health is wealth, and I could not agree more. That's why if you or somebody in your life is living with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor. And I'm telling you, I can feel the difference. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. Naturally. Now that's a big deal. Developed by doctors. Relief Factor's unique formula of ingredients all work together to help support your body's response to inflammation. Instead of masking pain for a couple of hours, Relief Factor actually helps reduce or even eliminate your pain for good. Whether it's neck, back, joint, or muscle pain, if you're looking to feel better, live better, give Relief Factor a try. In 3 weeks, you will know if it's working because you'll feel it. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Save on your first order. Don't let pain tell you how to live. Fight back naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Success in today's electrical market requires your company to be able to adjust to an ever-changing field. A partnership with IBEW Local 22 gives you that flexibility with access to journeymen, apprentices, proven training programs, marketing assistance, entry into markets not available before, ability to expand and contract with changing market conditions, and a benefits package for you and your employees. Contact Bob at IBEW Local 22 for additional details at 402-980-7596.
Welcome to this episode of RV Ready. Brought to you by Leach Camper Sales in Council Bluffs. Rody?
Leach Camper Sales has the RV for you, and I am calling you out here.
People should go to leachcamper.com and check out the inventory.
And don't forget,
the coffee's always on.
Don't miss this week's Zone Deal.
This week's deal is for two $25 gift vouchers for the price of one for Ramona's Mexican restaurant in the historic Florence neighborhood. Known for their famous deep-fried burritos, their beast of a cheeseburger, and their Indian tacos. Don't forget their popular fresh, homemade, hot, and mild sauces. That's Ramona's Mexican restaurant.
Zone deals go fast. 9 a.m. Friday, 1620thezone.com.
Father's Day is right around the corner. Tools, lawn care supplies, homegrown trees, and more. Or give Dad a Lanahaw gift card. Let us know. Father's Day extra special. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Hey everybody, it's Michael Smith for Ted and Wally's Premium Ice Cream. 2 locations in the old market right off of Jackson Street and also in Benson right next to Taste of New Orleans. You know, one of the toughest things about the summer is trying to figure out what you're going to do with the kids, right? You got to fill some time. It's a great time to go visit either one of the Ted and Wally's locations. Your kids are going to love getting some ice cream. You're going to love getting out of the house. It is a win-win for both of you. So whether you're going downtown and checking out the old market and getting you some ice cream or going to Benson and getting some Taste of New Orleans, stop by and tell them Severe sent you.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Mike Farron, Sirius XM MLB Network Radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, now singing the Mike Farron Open, it's Mike Stibbs.
Just make sure it sounds sexy, Stibbs.
Lord Almighty, how can you stand Arizona? Your fair skin must be burning down into your absent soul. Mike, 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 we can barely hear you. It sounds to me like you called us from inside a hole. But your phone calls lift me higher, like the ERA of Mark Pryor. Your hair looks like it's on fire. You're Mike Farron. You're just a hunk of burning love. You're just a hunk of burning love. You're just a hunk of burning love.
It is our good friend Mike Farron, and he joins us right now in the stream. Hello, Mike.
Hello, Josh.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing excellent. And look, I have a baseball man to my left.
Hi,
so
Mike. I like your Chattanooga
question.
Lookouts hat. That's a good
baseball.
Baseball.
Yeah,
I want to
thought
know
that
why John took the day off to prepare for the College World Series when I already did all this work for him.
Yeah, great question. He took the whole week off. I'm not going to see him until he's up in the booth.
Oh, no.
Yeah, very, very sad. Very, very sad. Mike, we spent some time yesterday as we look ahead to this weekend's College World Series talking about the fact that there do not seem to be any like obvious teams in this field that will get like the fandom from Omaha baseball fans. Who do you think of the teams that have made it fans around here will fall in love with, whether it's because of their style of play or maybe a particular player or manager? Who is the team that you think might capture the hearts and minds of Omaha?
Man, I think Kentucky's style of play is one that will resonate with a lot of people. Nick Mingione is a terrific personality too. Their head coach, he's great. I think they play a style that's, I think that everybody kind of is clamoring for in professional baseball, right? It's a lot of running and hit and run. And, obviously with the college game, there's more bunting than there is in the pro game because defense isn't quite as good, but they'll play, that inside game as much as they'll hit for power. They also look like they're having a blast. Every time they hit a home run, they do the Spider-Man meme, where they point at each other, the two Spider-Man, the Spider-Man, I guess. And they just look like they openly imitate Mingione, right? And he has his players ranked in terms of who does the best impression of him. So I think in terms of lovability, Kentucky is probably it, which I know feels weird for a lot of fans of basketball, right? That Kentucky would be lovable, but this is also their first ever trip to Omaha. And it's kind of a cool story. They're a really, really fun team. They're confident, but not in a totally cocky way. So I think that's one that would be the one that I think is, I think is somebody that could stick around for a while in the tournament that fans will be excited to watch and really gravitate towards.
So there's no Travis Bazzana, no Charlie Condon. Who would you consider to be like the single best player that made it to Omaha for this upcoming week?
Jack Caglione. I think that's pretty. I mean, he's the best two-way player in the country, and he's going to be a top probably 5 pick, most likely as a power hitting first baseman. But the fact that he throws 95 too is pretty great. So, and listen, obviously, College World Series fans are familiar with him. I mean, Cags was there last year with Florida and helped lead them to the runner-up. So I think it's pretty simple that it's Caglione. He's the best one there. And then beyond that, I think the best pitcher is actually Jamie Arnold, who'll be a top pick in next year's draft in 2025. He is special. The left-hander from Florida State is a little bit shorter. He's got one of those high riding fastballs. It's a really, really good pitch. He's got a very, very good slider. He's one of the type strikeout artists in the country this year, and got overshadowed, I think, by Hagen Smith and Chase Burns and Trey Savage at East Carolina, just because he wasn't draft eligible. But man, Jamie Arnold is special. So I would put those two as probably the top 2 players that are left.
Mike Farron, Sirius XM MLB Radio. He will be on the call with John Bishop a week from yesterday through next Wednesday, and maybe the Thursday games as well, if we get some of those, if necessary, games. Of course, you can hear those on 1620 The Zone. Mike, speaking of you being an announcer, you were in Tallahassee for their for Florida State's victory over UConn. I was wondering if, actually going back to the first question, if that might be one of the answers, just given that we have, of course, seen Florida State so many times in Omaha. What did you learn from that super regional covering the Noles? By the way, I thought your home run call was awesome in game 2 of that. But what did you learn about Florida State as they make another trip back to Omaha?
I mean, I've seen them quite a bit. I mean, I think this is kind of interesting because I saw somebody, Tony, suggest in the chat that Florida State's one of those teams that fans could gravitate behind. This is the first time they will go to Omaha without Mike Martin involved somehow. The 23 previous trips, 11 was either a player, an assistant coach, or the head coach of the Noles when they made the trip. So that in and of itself is unique. And it also is just another reminder of how great a coach and how great a person in college baseball Mike Martin was. They are a powerful lineup. Both James Tibbs III and Cam Smith are going to be first round picks, most likely. And I think Tibbs is the guy that goes higher than people expect because of the way he manages the strike zone. I think he's going to be a guy that, he's a very high floor. I don't think his ceiling's as high as Smith, but he had a monster super regional final with 3 home runs. So they're powerful. I think that, and it's not just those 2 guys, right? Like Max Williams is a sophomore, who's their leadoff hitter. He's got a chance to be a really good player for next year. Marco Dinges and Jaime Ferrer are a couple of really important bats in their lineup. I think Dinges might have the best raw power, at least to the eye. I know that some of the highest exit velocities are actually Max Williams on that team, but Dinges is a real powerful threat in the cleanup spot. So my question is whether or not their offense plays well in that ballpark, right? Especially if it's, it looks like the weather's going to be kind of like high 80s, right? Low 90s is what they're saying right now. So sometimes when it's a little bit cooler like that, the wind isn't quite as fierce coming off the river. And so maybe that plays into Florida State's favor. But they are a power lineup. And again, they have the best starter, I think, in the tournament, in Jamie Arnold.
Do you think it's an aberration or potentially the start of something that you have 4 teams from the SEC, 4 teams from the ACC, no real Cinderella, no real major surprise? Obviously, Florida as a 3 had a rough year, but the talent is unquestionable on that Gators roster. I guess what I'm sort of getting at, do you think we could be inching towards a more chalky future for the College World Series than what we've seen in recent years?
I always hesitate to make
grand sweeping statements.
Yeah,
like on radio.
Yeah, broad proclamations based on one season, I think, are difficult to make. That said, you remember 2 years ago we had 4 SEC teams and 2 teams that will be in the SEC next year as part of the 8, right? With Oklahoma and Texas there as well. I think I would like to think that it is an aberration, seeing as we had 6 3 and 4 seeds that were into super regionals, right? And that was the most that we've ever had. And sometimes it's just blind luck that helps you not be able to get over the top in some of those. K-State certainly pushed Virginia to the limit. Game 1 was terrible for UConn. Game 2 was terrific. I mean, they played an outstanding game. And I think that there are some mid-major programs that have not broken through yet. I think UConn is one of those. Dallas Baptist is another. Grand Canyon is the one that's kind of aspirational in that. I was fortunate. I was in the Tucson Regional too, so I saw all 3 of those teams this postseason. And I think those are schools that have the opportunity to kind of break that up. But listen, the Big 12 is going to be good. I think the Big 12 is going to be a good conference going forward. And I think the Big 10 has a chance to be an impactful conference if they're willing to invest in baseball, because you're adding, a team in Oregon that's been to 2 straight super regionals, Washington that's been here within a decade, UCLA that has a national championship within the last 15 years, and USC, which has the most national championships of anyone. And Andy Stankiewicz, for the first time in a long time, seems to have that program going in the right direction. So for now, it feels like, these are the top 2 conferences. I think that the margins between the ACC and the SEC, I think I've been saying it all year long, a lot closer than they were a year ago. But I think those are I don't necessarily think that we can say, well, it's going to be these 2 conferences every year. Now, that said, go back to 2019, and it's like 5 straight SEC champions. So, it's already been trending that way. But I think the bigger lesson to be learned for the other 28 conferences is, if you invest in baseball, you can win in baseball. And in the end, that should be the message, is if you care about the sport, as a conference, you should care about the fact that these are the teams that keep getting there because they're the ones that are investing in.
Mike Farron joining us. Mike, last week we talked ahead of the Supers about NC State as they headed to Athens. They, of course, make it to Omaha. They are the lone ACC team, and that side of the bracket, with it being 3 other SEC teams. How much alert should Kentucky be, their first opponent, and just that whole side of the tournament here this weekend and beyond, about the Wolfpack maybe making a deep run?
They're fascinating, because there's nothing statistically that says that NC State should be here, right? They weren't one of the top pitching teams in the ACC. They weren't one of the top offensive teams in the ACC. They have one of their key bats, Josh Hogue, who's out for the year. They've been they rely on a really young but talented bullpen, and you guys saw it yesterday with both Duden and Smith, who were dynamite out of the pen last night in Athens. I think that's actually a super fun matchup, because NC State might have, it's hard to say. Kentucky showed more power in the SEC, I think, than we expected. But I think they're teams that will attack the game very similarly. I think it's going to be a difficult test for both of them playing each other. There's definitely more power in the bullpen for NC State than there is for Kentucky. But that's a matchup that I really am excited about, because they're just fun teams to watch play. And, if you don't like Elliott Avent, you don't like people. That's the other part of it, is Elliott, the head coach at NC State, is just a prince, right? You think about this. He's won more than 1,000 games at NC State. Like he went over 1,000 games won at that program this year. They hadn't been to Omaha since 1967. He's led them 3 times since 2013, and twice in the last 4 years. So it's going to be a lot of fun watching that one. That to me it may not be the marquee matchup for like star power, but in terms of like really fun baseball game, that has a chance to be a great one.
Last year, the stars aligned, and we got LSU, Wake Forest, Skeens, Louder. I would say it's probably my favorite College World Series game I've ever seen. Do you have is there a potential dream matchup on the board or anything that could line up that you think could not match that level of excitement, but anything out there that you would just love to see if it could line up that way?
Man, like there's not the same kind of star power on the mound here, so I don't know that there's one that makes me think that, boy, if you could get that matchup, like in a winner take all game, that it really fits. I mean, I think anything with Arnold, right, it is going to be part of it. So you look at that side of the bracket, and it's like Evan Blanco at Virginia probably isn't quite to that level. And listen, like Arnold pitched game 2 of the Super Regional. He didn't start the opener either. It was Carson Dorsey that did. So I think some of it depends on how they slot pitchers in. But I'm not sure. Tennessee is a little bit different with the way that they deploy their pitching. That they have Drew Beam, who has been a very, very good starter for them for 3 years. He's kind of been more in that Saturday role, and so I don't know if I see him as being a guy that really matches up necessarily with Arnold. I guess that would, from a name recognition standpoint, that would be the closest, but that we're not going to see that game again. I mean, that game was spectacular. Like I can tell you, I think without giving too much away, that The Athletic is working on an article on that game, because like that game was so unique. And really, last year, just as an aside, we were really spoiled by the amount of high-end talent that was in Omaha. I mean, there were 11 of the top 39 picks in the draft were there, and probably another 10 to 12 first rounders from 25 or 24 and 25, right? So I think that it's going to be tough to match that. I mean, your best bet is for Florida State and Tennessee to be playing for a chance to go to the finals, or if you end up with Florida State in a final, or you ended up with NC State in a final. I think those would be the things that might bring you that level of juice.
Hey, Mike, one more on like the quirks of the bracket. We talked earlier. NC State's the lone ACC team on the bottom part of it. On the upper half, Tennessee is the lone SEC team up there. Like, does the familiarity or lack thereof, like, who does that help or hurt, or is that just at this point in time, it's kind of a weird question to even answer?
No, I mean, I think it's a common question, right? Like, is like who benefits more from seeing teams over and over again, the pitchers or the hitters? And I think in the end, it's just a matter of how those teams match up on a given day. I mean, I think that's the real key out of it is, how are they going to perform on a given night? I mean, they're certainly comfortable competing against each other as being in conferences, but with the unbalanced schedule, not everybody plays everybody. And I just off the top of my head, I cannot remember who played whom this year, within the SEC or within the ACC that would lead to that. But yeah, I mean, it's like there's conference rivalries, right? So there's always a little bit more juice when they're conference rivals. So maybe that takes the place of Skeens Louder, and that you've got a chance to have some really good head-to-head. I mean, like we open up with an ACC rivalry, right? Like it's like North Carolina's, I think might actually be the best team in this field. Like nobody's talking about them. They have been really overlooked. I think there were times where some of the decision-making was a little tight during the postseason, but man, they're a really, really good team. And, they're going to be the first team that we see play. We're going to see them play Virginia right off the bat. And so, I think more than anything, it's just like you're going to get to see these really intense rivalries play out on the national stage.
When you get in Omaha?
I will be there in less than 24 hours. I land at 1:30 tomorrow. So
awesome.
I can't wait. I'm just as soon as we're done, I'm in a pack. I got all of John's prep done for him. So
it's very
I'm ready
kind
to
of
go.
you.
Yeah.
It's like, taking a test in class. You're the person that John's going to peek off of to make sure he has all of his
I don't even think it's peek off of. I think he's literally copying off my work.
Well, sounds about right. Well, Mike, we appreciate you taking a few minutes, given that this is such a busy week and that you're about to pack, and we're looking forward to seeing you over the next few days.
Yep. We'll see you guys soon. Take care.
All right. Bye, Mike. Mike Farron joining us, Sirius XM MLB Radio, and he will be on the call, as I said, next Monday, next Tuesday, next Wednesday, and if the series goes to Thursday, the if necessary game, he will be on the call with John for those. And of course, you can hear every pitch, every game on 1620 The Zone and Schaef on 1620thezone.com. You can listen on the internet or on an app. How fun is that?
Fun.
It's very fun. See,
Fun.
You love to hear the word fun.
You do love to hear the word fun.
And you're going to be here. You'll be here on Saturday and on Sunday, and then depending on if necessary, maybe. We'll see you.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to that. I get to hang out with you all week long.
It'll be a good time. I do want to say that UConn Florida State game.
Game 2?
Yeah, it's Saturday, completely wiped out by an illness, was laying in bed and just watching that game and sort of like really enjoying it.
Yeah.
That was a really good game.
The one thing you enjoyed this weekend.
Yeah, it was. Well, I came away with it like I didn't really have a team that I had a strong feel on, and now I came away with it like I'd be good with Florida State. I'm gonna throw the Schaefer support behind the Seminoles here. Last year as Wake Forest came up short.
Yeah. I liked North Carolina when I was in high school, and we were both in high school. They were often in the College World Series, so I would be cool with them winning. I
always rooted against them because I thought the people who wore the hat. The heel hat. I thought it was dumb.
Yeah, what do you think about it now?
Still dumb.
Still dumb.
Yeah.
I also, in wooden bats and rubber hats earlier this year, I pointed out NC State and how they're a dark horse. So shout out me. But I picked Tennessee to win it all like a month ago. So I think I'll go.
There you go.
I think I'll root for the Vols because I love telling people that I'm correct. I love being correct about something. It's very
How
nice.
often do you get to tell people that you're correct?
I picked a Super Bowl to go to overtime one time, and it did.
Wow.
Yeah. Never going to shut up about that one.
Did you bet it?
No, I wasn't gambling at that point in time.
Oh, so
I think I had a bad football season, so I didn't bet on
Got
it.
it. Got it.
Which is very sad because I probably could have gotten great odds.
Yeah, no, those are
Super
good
Bowl
odds.
to go to overtime?
Yeah.
Yeah, very sad.
It's like betting on a safety in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, well, especially back in the olden times before it happened like two
Right.
in a row or whatever it was. All right,
everybody's on it.
we have Michael Bruntz coming up at the bottom of the hour. Stibbs, by the way, just commented on YouTube. Just finished the crossover. Thanks for showing me up, Schaef. Yeah, he came with no games yesterday. He just came with.
I wasn't. It's not about showing anybody up. It was about showing off the array of people.
Yeah, pretty amazing.
The many people that have worked with Connor Happer.
Yeah, he's had a lot of co-hosts. He's had
A
many more
lot.
co-hosts than I've had producers.
Yeah.
Stibbs and Nick.
That's it.
Hell, you throw in fill-ins and the number might get to 8.
Incredible.
It's not that much higher than 8 if it is. Brunt's at the bottom of the hour. When we return, though, you were gone. Paternity leave. Multiple times.
Paternity Schaef.
There were topics that he missed. It's time to finally get the true opinions that Mike Schaefer had on a variety of these topics. We have one of those when we return. We will get to that next. He doesn't know what topic this is. I'm looking forward to it.
Topic alert.
That's coming up next on 1620 The Zone.
Previously on the crossover.
I opened up my fortune cookie last night, and on the front it says, here you could download a bunch of music. And then on the back, there's a QR code for Napster.
Yeah. Fortune cookies used to be fun, whimsical. At the end of your chicken fried rice, you're like, boop, boop, boop.
Boop, boop, boop. That's exactly what I did
we had
last night.
Chinese the other night. I don't think we ever got fortune cookies.
Even worse.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike Conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides. From the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Temperatures into the 80s this afternoon with clear skies. We might squeeze out our first 90-degree day of the year, and if we don't get it today, tomorrow we'll start in the 60s and then get to that 90-degree temperature in the afternoon. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Hey, it's Happer for the FanDuel Sportsbook, and it's time for you to swing for the fences this Major League Baseball season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because with Dinger Tuesdays, you could turn dingers into dollars all season long. Just bet on your favorite player to hit a homer, and FanDuel will give you $5 in bonus bets for every homer during that game. So yeah, home runs just got even a little bit better. Bet on Bobby Witt Jr. to hit a home run. That'd be my preference anyway. And let's say Vinny Pasquantino or Salvador Perez hit a home run in that same game. You're getting $5 in bonus bets a piece for those dingers. So all you have to do is head to FanDuel.com/Happer and get in on the Dinger Tuesday action. Once again, you bet on a player to hit a home run, and FanDuel is giving you $5 in bonus bets for every home run hit in that game. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. 21 and over, present in Iowa. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max bonus $25 per game. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Hi, I'm Nick Bromell, owner of Royalty Roofing. The recent storms wreaked havoc on our community. Our team at Royalty Roofing is here to help. We're local, skilled, licensed, and bonded. We work for you to ensure you get the funds you deserve, make sure that the work is done to your satisfaction. Don't take risks with your biggest investment, your home. We are Better Business Bureau Integrity Award winners and Best of Omaha winners. Cover your roof with Royalty. Visit us today at royaltyroofing.org.
Looking for tickets to the hottest events? Look no further than Tickets for Less. TFL has tickets to everything from college baseball championships to Husker football concerts and more, all with no hidden fees. Plus, score extra savings with promo code THEZONE now at ticketsforless.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit.
It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
I have dropped acid. I am delusional.
On 1620 The Zone.
Don't forget that you can watch us all day long, 6A to 6P at a new URL, zonetv.live. .live. It's pretty cool there, Mike Schaefer. Pretty cool.
We harmonized that.
When you are at home, do you go to zonetv.live to check out your friends and what they're up to during the day?
Only on Wednesdays at 2:50.
Only on Wednesdays at 2:50. Well, we appreciate you joining us on Wednesdays at 2:50. You'll be here tomorrow at 2:50. And at 2 and at 4 and at 5.
I have to say, it was last week. I was like, I'm going to start listening to 1620 when driving around because I was in Omaha a bunch.
Nice.
And I could actually get the signal.
Nice.
And then
Thank you. Yeah.
I realized like the signal actually, sometimes I would lose it over the river.
Sure.
But it's gotten better.
Oh.
It made it almost all the way to my house one time.
That's cool.
Whoa, it's pretty good.
Thanks for listening.
Yeah.
I always can tell when Mike Schaefer's listening because I'll get a barrage of text messages.
Yeah, I do feel like I need to stop doing
No, I like that. It's fun.
Happer said that too, but then I feel like what I end up doing is like I distract you from what you're trying to do. So I should not do that.
You're helping give us content. We like content.
You can text me if you want. He said he likes engagement.
Yeah, I like hearing from people.
So
yeah. Bigley writes, bring back Stibbs. Sorry, Schaef. He's out on your takes today.
That's fine.
I am not out on your takes today.
I would replace me with Stibbs.
Would you?
Yeah, I've got a future as a game show host, so I'm going to go do that.
Look,
Can I make your opens?
You're going to do a great job.
Yes, of course.
You're going to do an amazing job. All right, so
we should give Grim credit for absolutely no notice. I'm like, hey, I need a game show open.
Did an excellent job.
Thank you.
I'm like, I need a voiceover narration. You're not getting paid anything for it.
Yeah, well, no, it's a part of his regular pay.
It is a part of my regular.
It's just kind of there for him.
I did offer him,
Yeah. There were many comments during the crossover about how Nick wasn't saying like anything today.
I don't know any of these people that you guys were talking about.
Yeah.
I'm not of that world.
It's okay, Nick. It's okay.
Do you feel like sometimes you're not of this world either?
Yeah.
He's done a very good job. Many people come up to me with tears in their eyes now, and they say, Nick likes sports. And
our boy is a man.
It's wild to see. And I say, I know you should have Seen it when I first met him a few years ago. And look at him now. He's wearing a Royals shirt for some reason.
It was free.
It was free.
It's soft.
All right. You left us in the sports take game in early February. Your son, I know, makes it sound like something horrible happened. Your son was born on February. Do you want me to say the date? What I think the date is? Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
February 9th? Was he born February 9th?
Correct.
Boom. I don't know any of my friends' sons' birthdays or daughters, but for some reason I know Hudson's. Why?
There we go.
You get a prize. It was 2 days before the Super Bowl, which this is our brand new segment. Mike Schaefer finally gives his opinions on a variety of sports topics. What did you think of the Super Bowl this year? Almost went to double overtime.
Yeah.
The 49ers get a victory. Some people, Jack Mitchell included, didn't know the Super Bowl or the overtime rules for a playoff game. They were all very confused, to which then I yelled at them because I said, it's very easy to understand. It's about time, Schaef. 5 months later, thoughts on the Super Bowl this year?
Can I give thoughts on Jack Mitchell in the NFL first?
I would love to hear those.
Jack Mitchell is the worst kind of NFL fan. He's only about his fantasy team. He has no idea how any of it works. He likes the football aspect, but he only cares about his fantasy team. So of course he wouldn't understand the rules or how it works in overtime because he's not watching for that. He's just watching to see if this guy gets the 8 inches that he needs for the extra yard so he can win by, 0.001.
Spot the lie.
I hate it.
Yeah. People who only
and
watch
I play
football
fantasy football
Yeah.
because I'm in a league with Jack Mitchell.
Yeah, but you also like football.
Yeah, I love football.
You and I, how many times? Nick, I kid you not.
Love the NFL.
I would say, easily once a month in the offseason, but probably once a week during the season. Schaef and I just text each other and we just say, like, man, I love the NFL. Like, that's the text. We just say we love the NFL.
You don't need to really add anything else to it.
No, it's a great sport. So anyway, Super Bowl, 4 months ago today, 49ers fall to the Chiefs. The Chiefs pick up their 3rd championship since 2019. People want your thoughts. What do you think about the Chiefs getting another Super Bowl ring?
Or Taylor Swift.
Yeah, if you want to talk about Taylor Swift, feel free.
I don't know. Like, people get mad when you say this, but it's also because it's a fan base that's kind of, if we're being honest, like, they really play into the narrative that they have rabbit ears. Like, they take criticism very poorly
Chiefs
for being
fans?
the champions.
Yeah.
That was the worst Chiefs team of the entire run.
By far.
And they won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, not great.
And frankly, had no business being there.
No.
Multiple teams had opportunities to prevent them from being there.
Yeah.
All of these teams had an opportunity to say, you know what? The Chiefs run can end here.
Yep.
And they couldn't do it. And quite frankly, it is hard to face the future of the NFL without just the idea that as long as Travis Kelce, who was horrible
all year long,
and then suddenly wasn't, if he can be that guy when it matters, why would we pick against him right now?
Just 2. That's why.
Because they have also, and here's where they deserve a ton of credit. They have shifted in ways that the Patriots had to do to keep the thing alive.
Yep.
They shifted who they are. They're not the high-flying, high-octane offense anymore. Now they're beating you up in the middle of the football field. They're winning with defense. They're winning with coaching creativity. They're doing all of these great things that dynasties do to stay alive. Like, so it went from like, okay, once they lose some of these weapons, what are they going to be? To now you have an admiration for their survival skills of what they are. Now, Andy Reid is unquestionably one of the best coaches of all time. I feel like...
Yeah, where's he at now? Like 3rd, 4th? Higher?
I mean, I don't know. I never know what to do with the coaches that existed before I did.
Like the Vince Lombardis of the
like,
world.
What am I supposed to do with that?
Bill Walsh changed football. Like, what do you do with Bill Walsh?
Obviously, really, really good at what they did. I don't know what to do with it because I didn't watch him. I never know how to assess.
Hallis.
I don't know how to assess John Madden as a football coach because I only know him as the guy who says you get six points if they catch the ball across that line.
Acton.
Yes, exactly.
Or whatever it was.
And I would confuse him with the guy from the Menards commercials. But
yeah,
it's a scenario where, at least for me, like, there's Bill Belichick and then it's Andy Reid. And
hell, we'll see what happens. I mean,
it's incredible.
Are we going to change our opinion? Is it that it's actually flipped?
I don't know how many years ago it would have been like, yeah, I'd take Mike Tomlin over Andy Reid.
Yeah.
Actually, I've always liked Andy Reid, and it could just be a fat guy thing. Like, I might just be in on him because he's a fat guy. I'm a fat guy.
Oh.
When I have a mustache when I was younger, I looked like Andy Reid.
So you're a big fan of Andy Reid.
So it was maybe there's some of that to it. But one of the things I've always appreciated about him is that he wins with his circumstances better than anyone else ever does.
Yeah, he's really good.
And that is why, like, when people are like, well, how good is he without Patrick Mahomes? Good. He won with other quarterbacks. He won with Alex Smith. He won with Kevin Cobb.
Dude, yeah, when he was with the Eagles, McNabb, like, once a year would miss like 2 or 3 games, and they would win with like Coy Detmer or whatever. And it's like, what? What are they doing right now?
So my biggest take on this.
Chad Henne took him to the AFC Championship game against the Browns a few years ago at the end of the game, needing to make big plays. He had the 99-yard drive against the Jaguars a couple years ago. Like, he's fine.
Just the biggest takeaway I have is Andy Reid is unbelievably special, and it's awesome that we no longer have to talk about him in the Andy Reid moment, that kind of thing.
Yeah, we don't do that
now.
anymore.
We get to talk about it like, man, that guy can coach.
One more before we move to Bruns. 49ers, take away from the 49. I love that we're doing a 4-month-old topic right now.
Sure.
49ers, you and I had many conversations about them last year. You were always trying to talk me off the ledge about them being the dominant force in the NFC. And while they did make the Super Bowl, I don't think anyone left the season like talking about them like we were in like week 5. For example,
they sort of made the Super Bowl in the same way the Chiefs did, where they allowed the other teams that were in their way to remove themselves out of the way.
Yes.
Certainly one specific team that I don't feel any sympathy for, the Detroit Lions.
Have you ever opined about the Detroit Lions before?
I have many times. The 49ers, like, it's hard to say what it is or what they are. Like, they're going to be another good NFC challenger, but are they the favorites? Maybe.
Who is the NFC favorite right now?
Does it matter? Because the AFC is so much better.
Yeah, it is.
Like, part of it to me is like, okay, whoever wants to be the sacrificial lamb, go. I would imagine a lot of people are going to say it's the Lions.
Packers.
Going to laugh at that when it doesn't ultimately end up
People
that
are
way.
going to say the Packers.
There's a lot of people that think the Packers are going to make a giant jump.
I've heard some Rams buzz. People really like the Rams.
I could kind of get on board with that. The Rams felt like if they had finished that game in Detroit, they could have made a run with that team. Like, they, if they win,
because they would have hosted the Bucks, and they would have
had
beaten
that
the Bucks.
game. They should have won that game. I mean, if they get a couple calls to go their way, or you finish it on the field with your own drives ending in touchdowns instead of having to kick field goals, they'd have an opportunity there, and they look really good by the end of the year. So the Rams could be right there. But the thing I have with the 49ers is, for whatever reason, they're not that imposing. Like, there's something about them that just feels like there's going to be an Achilles heel in the critical moment. I don't believe in Brock Purdy as a guy that's just going to pull him over the finish line by himself. I think he's very much the Kyle Shanahan system quarterback of the moment. And we'll see. Their talent level is only going to go down. That's the other thing with them. They were up here.
Yeah.
And as he ascends, as Brock Purdy ascends, the talent will come down.
Yeah.
So he has to get even better to make up for that.
A couple comments before we go to Bruns. Lucas says the Lions hate on this show. Wow. Hey, the Lions hate is coming from 1/3 of this show right now. 1/3, and that's Mike Schaefer. I'm in on the Lions.
I have enough hate to represent the other two.
That's true. You definitely do. Mike Stibbs says, I do not love that you're doing a 4-month-old topic. Well, don't worry, Stibbs. The next time we do this later today, it'll be a 3-month-old topic. So we'll get Schaef's opinions on something that happened about 3 months ago. But when we return, someone who is going to be here right now, and well, not in person, but on the phone. It's your coworker.
That'd have been fun. What if Bruns would have just walked into the room?
That would be awesome. I don't know if Bruns has ever been in. Has Bruns ever filled in?
No.
Bruns would want to fill in. He's so busy.
We should get Brunson here one day.
Yeah, all right.
For S's and G's.
All right.
I don't think he'd be like opposed.
Yeah.
I think your time slot would be difficult with his 2 children.
Yeah.
Bring them with. Have the kids on here.
No,
Let's get
maybe
their
he
takes.
could be here for a while and then leave.
We've had that before.
He's done like a round table, I'm sure, at some point. I don't know that it's been your show, though.
Yeah. You used to do that before. You'd show up and the snow would arrive and you'd leave.
Well, yeah.
And then you were in Omaha an hour later still. You're like, I'm at 60th Street.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, drive safe, please.
That's what happens.
All right. Bruns will join us when we return. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on this Tuesday, 1620 The Zone.
Big names, big games. We've got them all. 1620 The Zone.
Don't answer that. It's another roof gypsy ringing the doorbell. They are attempting to capitalize on the misfortune that Mother Nature has thrown your way. Make the right call to a trusted company that has faithfully served the Omaha area for over 35 years. The Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
For roofing, siding, and gutter repair, make the right call to John Higgins Weather Guard.
John Higgins Weather are the home of the Roofery. Make the right call.
Are Nebraska craft beers and ciders important to you? Whether you just love Nebraska brewed beers and ciders or you're a full-fledged craft brewery, there are benefits to membership for anyone with the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. Their sole mission is to foster and help grow the Nebraska-centric brewing community. Become a member today at nebraska.beer and help advance the craft beer and cider industry in the state of Nebraska. Find out more about the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild at nebraska.beer.
A fantastic fall fishing trip starts right now. Hi, I'm Crash Davis. I need you to go to balladsresort.com and get signed up. You've heard me talking about it. You've asked me about it. Well, now is the time to get signed up. Only a few spots remain. Only a few days remain for us to have a great fishing adventure together at Ballards Resort in northern Minnesota. We're going to Lake of the Woods. Get on the bus Sunday. We're back on Thursday, and it's cheaper than you could do for gas there and back hauling a boat. More details with balladsresort.com. Get signed up today. Time is of the essence.
Funplex has asked me to give you a first-hand account of the all-new for 2024 Wipeout attraction.
Okay, hit it.
We're starting up. Spinning a little now. Whoa, a lot.
The centrifugal force is starting to stretch my face. Holy this thing's fast. Whoa, it's tilting. We have tilting. Woohoo, this is awesome. You got to try this. Get your tickets now at fun-plex.com.
A team succeeds when they work together. Banking's no different. At UBT, we're in your corner for every financial move you want to make. Your money's backed by a roster of experts who put in the work to know you and your community. So whether you're opening a savings account, buying a home, or planning your future, you always know who to turn to. Working together toward your financial goals. That's a win in our playbook. Union Bank and Trust. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Gary Sharp for Lindley Clothing. Summertime is here and your wardrobe could use a Lindley Clothing fit check. I know they've helped me. Anytime is the right time to look and feel my best with Lindley Clothing. And right now, 25% off all spring and summer sportswear. Shorts, polos, short sleeve shirts, 25% off. Plus, if you mention my name, you'll get a free gift with a purchase of $25 or more. 25% off spring and summer sportswear. So what are you waiting for? Head to Lindley Clothing, 132nd and West Dodge in the Linden Market. They're ready to get your fit check right. And don't forget Father's Day coming up June 16th.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Here's a story of a man named Brunsey who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Brunsey called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Brunts. It's Michael Brunts. Michael Brunts. Now we get to talk to Michael Brunts.
It's a Michael Brunts of Husker 24/7. He joins us every Tuesday at this time. Well, he normally does. He hasn't joined us for a few weeks because he was on vacation. Brunts, welcome back. How are you?
Not bad. How's it going?
Good. I heard the podcast today was good. I haven't had a chance to listen to it, but many people are saying it was a good podcast today.
Many people are saying that?
Uh-huh. At least one person.
I'd say it's probably just one, I guess. But
yeah.
It's probably worth listening to.
Oh.
It was me, Brunts. I said it. I said it was good.
I knew it was you. Hi. How's it going?
It's good. It's going well. What's changed since we last spoke 2 hours ago?
Good question.
Not much.
Okay.
A preferred walk-on offer out of Nebraska's camp yesterday. But that's about it. Nothing too new. Nothing too new going on.
Would you like to tell us about the preferred walk-on offer?
That's a good segue. I can. Yeah, no. Yesterday, Nebraska had their postgraduate camp, which to me is kind of becoming the more intriguing camp that they hold every year. I mean, obviously the James Williams stuff last year being what it was and him kind of bursting onto the scene, but you don't really know who's coming to those things. And they had a few guys yesterday that were noteworthy. Hayes Miller a wide receiver at Coffeyville, Kansas Community College. Worked out yesterday and got a preferred walk-on offer today from Garrett McGuire. So he's got a couple camps left. He's going to Kansas tomorrow to camp. But, I as of right now, his options are returning to Coffeyville for another year or walking on at Nebraska. So I think Nebraska probably stands a good chance there to potentially add him to the roster this summer. So that camp is again paying dividends with unearthing talent that you might not have known about otherwise.
Bruns, I will be honest, I do not remember this as a thing over the last handful of years, and I have to imagine that there are a lot of other people that are in my same boat. How long has this been going on? And I guess what are they ultimately hoping for with something like this?
Well, officially, this is the second year.
Okay.
As you know, a kid went viral who was like a JUCO player a couple of years ago at Nebraska. He was like 19 and like playing really tough bump and run coverage against like a 14-year-old, which probably wasn't a good look.
No.
But that's kind of how it happened before. But now, yesterday you had guys who are currently in the transfer portal. There was a defensive back that had been at Ball State. Clinton Dix's brother, little brother was there working out. He's in the transfer portal. He'd been at Valdosta State. You get some JUCO guys. You had the NAIA player of the year. A couple of junior college quarterbacks. So you're just trying to find an edge in any way you can if you're Nebraska. And last year, they got James Williams out of that particular camp. He comes in and gives you 3 sacks and is going to be a big part of that defensive line this year. Luke Longvall, one of the backup quarterbacks, he also threw at that camp last year and earned a walk-on offer out of it and joined the program immediately. And a couple other, I think there's a couple of running backs and defensive backs who are on the roster that, eventually got on the team as well. So you're just kind of looking for guys that you might have looked over. And, I think Nebraska's had a little bit of success doing that. They only had like 40 some odd guys there yesterday, so it wasn't as big of a group, but it sounds like they might get a guy or two out of this one too.
Bruns, as you sort of assess what Nebraska did Saturday, Sunday, they had camps both days, I think UMBC were talking about it, over 800 players between Friday, Saturday, Sunday on campus working out, looking through all of that. They made multiple offers. What were some of the standouts for you throughout the camp weekend?
Yeah, I think there was one 2025 offer to a defensive back from Ohio, Terrell Russell. He'll probably be back for an official visit in July. That was one that kind of stood out to me. But they were able to offer guys in the region in the 2026 and 2027 classes, guys that you kind of have to, you want to get them in front of you. You want to work them out and be able to run them through the paces and kind of see how things work. But it's level of that it takes to run these camps. It's crazy. And every drill has like a video intern attached to it. So, even the 14-year-old kid that, is just out there because he gets to work out at the Nebraska facility is getting his workouts videotaped and reviewed. And I think the difference with the staff and the way that they do things is there is legitimate teaching going on by the Nebraska assistants and Matt Rule is there walking around as well. We saw it last year, but it stands out from the way a lot of other camps are run. I thought the offensive line talent that they had over the weekend and guys that were in was pretty good. Schaef, you talked to Mason Banhauer, the 26 lineman out of Colorado. He was there working out, even though he's got an offer. They offered a 26 lineman, Deacon Schmidt out of Colorado as well. And Hudson Parliament, a 26 lineman out of South Dakota. So, again, and we've been saying this for a year, but if you're a prospect who believes you're capable of an offer, if you can come to Nebraska's camp and prove it, they're going to offer you, and not hesitate to do so.
Michael Bruntz joining us as he does each and every Tuesday at this time. Bruntz, let's talk about the quarterback that worked out for Nebraska out of Northwestern Iowa. This is Jalen Gramstad. He was a first-team All-American at the NAIA level a year ago. Had 35 touchdown passes, over 3,600 yards as well, just 9 picks. He also had quite a few rushing yards as well. Like, what do we need to know about this situation? Because it obviously is going to pique a ton of people's interest, just given the discourse that surrounded the quarterback room over the last few months.
Yeah, no, it's noteworthy when somebody with that kind of hardware behind their name shows up and works out. And I don't even know if Nebraska was really kind of aware of what his story was when the camp started. So, Gramstad, I think, was kind of trying to come in and throw and just kind of see what happens and move on. And all of a sudden he's doing interviews and everything else. So, it became a much bigger deal, I think, than what he even thought it was going to be going in. But, he's accomplished a lot at the NAIA level and just wanted to see if he could, cut it at a place like Nebraska. So we'll see if anything comes of it. You just kind of look at, the depth chart being what it is at quarterback. I would not be surprised if there was, somebody like him added, or they had a couple junior college quarterbacks there. Bryce Conover from Dodge City was there throwing. I thought he threw pretty well during his workout as well. But, a little bit of insurance there, I don't think that would necessarily be a bad thing, because you have, 3 scholarship quarterbacks, 2 of them are freshmen, and somebody with some experience and, a little bit of, street smarts when it comes to college football wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. So it makes sense when you kind of dig into it, I guess. But, Nebraska hasn't come through with the offer yet for him. So we'll see what happens.
Bruntz, one of the things that you get an opportunity to when you're in camp season, getting a look at some of the players, some of the work that they put in over the summer, over the spring. Anything stand out observation-wise of either new guys that you've seen for the first time or returning players?
Yeah, we all kind of got to see Vincent Shavers a little bit, the freshman linebacker when he enrolled early. He's put on what to my eyes looks like more weight from where he was, and he came in at 210, 215. And I guess in my mind, there's a chance for somebody like him to maybe play their way into some playing time at that inside linebacker spot. So I was kind of curious to see kind of how he looked. You've got a few of the new enrollees. I guess he was going by Keona Wilhite during the recruiting process. I think it's Keona Davis now. He's looks every bit of the 240, 250 that he was listed at defensive end. So those are a few guys that kind of caught my eye, just kind of walking around. But the defensive line, I was kind of in that watching that group quite a bit over the last couple of days, and the returning guys are not going to take a backseat to anybody getting off the bus. That's an impressive looking group.
Bruntz, you got any predictions for the College World Series?
Not
Wussbet.
really. What's that?
You're not going to throw out the Wussbet line? Everybody's going to have a good time?
I don't want everybody to have a good time. I want some people to leave early and be pissed off when they leave. But I would say casually rooting for Kentucky in this. As kind of the non perennial SEC team that's been there. Sure. But beyond that, I don't know. I would probably feel comfortable saying that Tennessee should be there towards the end of it. But I'm gonna root for Kentucky a little bit, I think. And it's too bad that it was so chalky this year. I was kind of hoping Evansville or somebody like that would do something, but no such luck.
We almost saw Oregon. Well, at least they almost pushed it to a third game, and then they decided to have their relievers throw like 50 pitches in one inning and walk home like 5 runs. So yeah, that was tough.
Talk about having your pants pulled down. That was bad. That was real bad.
You never want to get your pants pulled down. Am I right?
Keep
Schaef?
those pants up.
Yep, pants.
Keep 'em up.
Hashtag pants up.
Especially Texas A&M with all those bubbles. They're pointing at you and yelling.
Dude,
That
they
seems
were
like a really bad
trolling
place.
so hard. Those fans were.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah. And then Jeff Kent's kid. How about that? Hitting the grand slam.
Good
Makes
night.
you feel
Oregon.
old.
Yeah. Well, we are one day closer to death every single day, Bruns.
That's true.
Yep.
It's very true.
Michael Bruns, Husker 24/7 Sports. Bruns, will we see you here in Omaha over the next couple of weeks?
I can't promise that. You may.
Okay.
We'll see.
Well, if you are to stop by, say hi. You can come on the show and kill 10 minutes for us.
I will do that if I'm in the neighborhood.
All right, perfect. Later, Bruns.
All right, see you guys.
Michael Bruns, Husker 24/7 Sports, your coworker. In fact, Schaef, your friend.
Yes, both accurate.
He was at your baby shower thing that I was at.
Yes.
And we discussed many
Diaper
things.
keg is
Diaper
the-
keg.
the
That's the
term.
Diaper keg? That's
Yeah.
sick.
We had food. There was lots of food, and there was beer as
Yeah.
well. And him and I chatted.
Yeah, it was a good time.
We had many great conversations. Speaking of baseball, Scotty would like to opine about baseball. Hello, Scotty.
Hey, boys, how's it going?
Good, Scotty. What's going on, man?
Hey, what I wanted to ask you, I've been watching the College World Series for about 65 years, and I'm telling you, these super regionals and the regionals, I haven't seen the pitching so bad in my life. What's going on with the pitching?
What's going on? What do you mean? What's wrong with the pitching?
Well, the pitching, these teams are scoring too many runs. I mean, these pitchers, I mean, they're not pitching very good. The hitters are just hitting the hell out of the ball. What happened to all the good pitchers?
Schaef?
I think it has a lot to do with the baseball. I think the ball is flying.
High.
The bats,
like
the bats aren't deadening the ball enough, I guess, if you will. They tried to deaden the bats a few years
they
ago.
still get beat,
So you out on baseball, Scotty?
I think the pitching was horrible.
Scotty, are you out on baseball or are you still in?
No, I'm still in. I go to College World Series every year.
Okay. Well, I hope you have fun at least.
1960, the best team I ever seen was USC in the late 60s, early 70s. That was the best team I ever seen.
Who was a player on that team? Who's the best player on it? Or one of them?
Rod Dino was the coach and stuff, but they won like 4 or 5 in a row. Hey, not to change the subject though.
Yeah.
Can we go watch him practice at the high schools?
Honestly, I don't know. I know that there will be practices. Let me real quick, Scotty. There was an email that we got earlier today about some of the stuff that will be going on. I believe that there will be open practices at the stadium though. Let me find it. Gosh darn it. All right. I'm pulling up.
Yeah, you usually start at 9:00 in the morning.
Yeah, all right, here you go. At the Chuck on Friday. No, wait, that's when the game starts. So team practices though. Yeah, they'll be open on Thursday on the 13th, starting at 9 in the morning.
Right.
Yeah. So there you go. You can go watch them there.
Yeah, I go down and watch it. I like to get some autographs if I can for some of the teams. I like to get that Cagliano's autograph from Florida. I think he'll be the best hitter in this College World Series, I think.
Definitely. Thank you, Scotty.
Very good.
He's a man among boys. Hey, one other thing before I go. Last year they didn't have the fireworks after they introduced the teams. Are they going to have fireworks this year?
I got nothing for you there, Scotty. I got nothing for you there. We appreciate the phone call, though. Scotty called in once he brought up the Marshall plane crash.
Ooh.
Yeah. He said it still brought a tear to his eye. Good to hear from Scotty again. I'm sorry that you don't like the baseball right now. Jordan says, God, this guy is #old. But Ethan says, I totally agree. The pitching sucks so far this tournament. I think the portal has something to do with it. Teams are having a hard time stockpiling more than 3 quality arms. I have noticed the scores of all of these baseball games, Schaef. It's like a Big 12 football game a decade ago. Lots of touchdowns, but instead it's runs. Yeah.
My favorite kind of football game. The anti-John Bishop game.
Oh, yeah. John probably hates this.
It's, I think, just cyclical. I mean, their pitching was very good last year. Obviously, we just talked about that Paul Skeens, Rhett Lauder game with LSU and Wake Forest, and that had a number of first-round hitters in it as well who just were made to look bad by really good pitching. And if your pitching isn't nearly as good, and there's really not, that many elite pitching prospects in the college game right now for the upcoming draft season. I mean, it's going to work its way through. I mean, I just don't think you have a strong pitching there. And I also think offense is just up in college baseball everywhere. Offense is up in minor league baseball too. I mean, so it maybe pitching is bad and they're going to have to figure it out. Who knows?
And that's Talking Baseball with Mike
Baseball.
Schaefer. When we return, we'll...
Are we going to talk about the biggest news of the day when we return?
Biggest news of the
Did you not see it? I guess it's an hour
Whoa.
old. I can't believe that I missed this earlier. But one of America's most important sporting events, its top competitor, banned.
Banned?
Banned.
Okay,
Banned.
well, I'm curious about this. Also, we got to talk about this quarterback, this NAIA guy. And is he going to... Don't you laugh. Is he going to be in the quarterback room? They need a fourth stringer, Schaef.
I mean, it's possible. Well, they have a fourth stringer.
They need a new fourth stringer.
They have 1 billion quarterbacks.
They do. I know. And yet Jack Mitchell is begging them to add one more guy.
We can have this conversation.
All right, perfect. So we'll have that conversation when we return. That's Mike Schaefer. I'm Josh Peterson.
Banned.
Also, I'm very curious about this. We also still have wooden bats and rubber hats today and a different NFL topic for you. I was like, you know what? I have an NFL topic for Mike Schaefer that I think he might have opinions on. And I think one of our listeners might disagree with our opinions on those opinions. So we'll see what we can do with that as well. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on this Tuesday, 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, looks like we've got a crash blocking the right shoulder on westbound I-80 at 72nd. It's causing stop-and-go traffic back at 480. We've also got stop-and-go traffic on the southbound JFK between Q Street and Highway 370. If you're west on Dodge, you're going to see delays from 680 to 120th, and then a slight delay on eastbound I-80 between 680 and 72nd. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by the Nebraska Lottery.
Until July 30th, enter any non-winning Nebraska Lottery Wheel of Fortune scratch ticket online for a chance to win a trip to LA, tickets to a taping of Wheel of Fortune, and at least $2,000. Wheel of Fortune top prize odds 1 in 112,000.
The pipeline, you might as well call that the sewer line.
Email Unsportsmanlike Conduct on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox with whatever is on your mind, from your hot takes to what you think is one. The Zone inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
The baseball world comes to Omaha. And 1620 The Zone is running the show. All the excitement of the Men's College World Series, the insight, the fun, and the stories behind the games. Live from the Omaha Baseball Village. Powered by Access Bank and Children's Nebraska. Also brought to you by Union Bank and Trust, Nebraska Drug Enforcement Administration, and Park Omaha. Don't miss a minute of the biggest event in the Big O on your station for the Men's College World Series. 1620 The Zone.
Hey everybody, it's Michael Smith for Ted and Wally's Premium Ice Cream. Now that we got through the spring and we're in the summer, what's better for summer than ice cream? I always say, get yourself a bucket load. Now I know they don't sell it by the buckets at Ted and Wally's, but they do sell it by the pint. They do sell it by the half gallon. All you got to do is call ahead to get yours reserved today. And so many flavors. Go on social media, whether it's Facebook or on Twitter, and they have a list of the day's ice creams for both locations. That's in the old market, of course, and in Benson. Swing by there, get yourself some great ice cream this summer, and tell them Severe sent you.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Josh Peterson, Mike Schaefer, Nick Grimm. It is Unsportsmanlike Conduct here on 1620 The Zone and 1620thezone.com. You asked for it. We found it.
The pipeline. You might have called that the sewer line.
That was Scotty back in 2015 in Mike Riley's first year. He was not happy.
The pipeline. You might have called that the sewer line.
Steve writes, why am I guessing Scotty remembers watching Honus Wagner? Schaef, any thoughts on Honus Wagner? You remember him?
Wagner.
He's famous for having Nick. Do you?
He had a baseball card.
Oh, I was gonna say.
No,
Nick.
I know who Honus Wagner is.
Oh,
Yes.
look at Nick. What is it? The T206 or something?
Baseball
like?
guy.
He is. That's true.
He went to a baseball game.
He went to a baseball game. Yeah. How did you enjoy your first baseball game?
It was really fun. It was really overwhelming.
Really overwhelming.
Because it was my first MLB game.
Yeah.
And I watched what?
It's wild to think that was your first ever professional game.
Uh-huh.
And just like how ridiculously privileged I've been that my first game when I was like 5.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like that's just been my entire life.
I think I was 9.
I love that for you guys. I grew up in a NASCAR family, and we never went to races.
See, I've never been to a NASCAR event. I want to go.
I went to a race one time. That was pretty cool. But
I've never been to one.
It was really cool. It was overwhelming, and I kind of wanted to do like the touristy stuff, you know?
Yeah.
It's like I want to get nachos out of a hat. Or I want to eat nachos in the hat, and I want to eat ice cream out of the hat. And I want to, I want to go to the team store. I want to get a City Connect
I love
hat.
this so much. I love all of this.
I wore my Storm Chasers jersey.
Did you go to the Royals Hall of Fame?
No, I didn't make it over there. Because we got there, and then it's like, all right, we looked around a little bit, we found our seats, and then we got some food.
Did you try to get in line to meet Slugger?
No, I didn't know I could.
Did you attempt to hit a baseball on the children's play area in the back and be informed that you were too old?
No, I did see that there though, because it was behind the mini golf.
Where were your seats?
148, section 148.
Like
so,
what part of the stadium? I don't have the stadium.
Right field over by the foul pole.
Okay, yeah, good spot.
I liked
Baseball.
it. Then it was 70s night, so they had old school Mr. Royal there.
Did you try to sit in different? Well, the Royals are good, so it makes it hard now. When I would go to games younger and they were terrible, you could sit anywhere in the park, so you could just go to different spots and see what you thought. Did you just stay in your seat most of the time?
I stayed in my seat. I didn't have any complaints about where we were. I brought my binoculars.
Okay, I don't know that you needed binoculars.
Did you bring a glove?
I don't own a glove.
You should get a glove so then you can take it to a baseball game. You look like Jim Harbaugh.
Well, I got to see if I have an old glove to give Nick.
That'd be a great
gift. He needs
gift.
a glove.
You'll be
You're
back
a baseball
tomorrow.
guy. You got to have a glove.
Can we have a catch?
Well,
what if we did this?
Do you know how to play catch?
I know how to throw a ball.
This could be some content.
Throwing a ball is not the same as playing catch.
Great point.
I've never played baseball catch.
This could be a good thing for our email. Subscribe today at 1620thezone.com to 1620
There's
the
so
email.
much content that could come out of this.
It could be amazing. Now, the issue with playing catch here is we don't have like green space at the office. We'd have to go into someone's yard, which that is kind of trespassing. So, but we will be at the ballpark on Thursday, but Nick will be getting a haircut and arriving late.
I want so badly for Nick to walk around the tailgates on Saturday and Sunday,
have a catch,
and ask people if they will play catch with him because he's never played catch before. Or better yet, it becomes a bit, and he asks if they will teach him how to play catch because he's never played catch before, and then he acts like he doesn't know how to throw a baseball. So you have these grown men who are teaching to teach you, a grown man, how to play catch.
So this is giving me an idea. There's a disc golf kind of thing where these guys
need tailgate reporters for the CWS.
Not a bad idea.
There's this interview format. These guys just interview each other while they play catch with a frisbee. Something like that, but me playing catch with baseball. It could be called Have a Catch with Nick Grimm.
Oh,
see, you will not like this.
You will not like this.
I won't like having a catch.
No, I'm going to tell you something that will probably make you annoyed.
Oh,
there's a baseball player that did this. It's a very infamous baseball player. It's a very unpopular baseball player.
Oh.
Trevor Bauer did this.
Oh no!
Nick, and it was very, very popular content.
Why are you wanting to replicate
very
Trevor
popular
Bauer?
content?
Oh no!
Yeah.
Why not Hoiberg texts in tomorrow afternoon? Nick has a broken nose. Oh no, Nick.
I like my nose.
Can we talk about this major sports news?
Yeah, what is this topic? Topic alert.
Topic alert.
Yeah. So this just came out. Adam Schefter tweeted this out. You're trying to look at my computer.
Yeah, I am. That's just an article.
He tweeted this out, and it was shocking to me. A 16-time champion has been banned from the Nathan's Famous Hot Dog Eating Contest. Joey Chestnut banned.
Yeah.
He can't compete.
He can't compete. This would be like banning Tom Brady from the NFL.
Incredible. It'd be like saying, Novak, you can't go to Wimbledon.
Well, they actually said that.
I know.
Yeah, remember that?
Yeah.
COVID, vaccines.
Yep.
You want to opine about anything political?
No.
It's an election year, Schaef.
I have no thoughts.
Thoughts on RFK?
None.
Kennedy.
So I'm nice. I'm sorry.
The stadium is terrible, by the way. RFK
Kennedy?
Stadium.
Oh, yeah, that stadium.
It was horrible. Worst place I've watched a baseball game. And
Yeah,
I've been to Oakland Coliseum.
Whoa. Hot take.
The Nationals used to play there before they had their beautiful new.
I remember that the Washington played there before that in football, and before that the Senators, I believe, played there.
Just a terrible place to watch sports.
Baseball.
Do you think the minor league park they're gonna play in Sacramento is gonna be worse than Coliseum?
Oh,
probably not.
Oh,
the Coliseum was not nice.
Are you a hot dog contest guy? Does this upset you?
No. Well, yes, sort of, because
Interesting.
the guy's the champion. Like he's the bar, right?
Yeah.
Like it's the
They came for him.
Kobayashi
It means
thing.
they'll come for you.
It's the Kobayashi thing.
They'll
where
come
it's like,
for you.
You want the guy. You don't want the guy
Kobayashi.
who wins it to win it like 44.
Yeah.
You want to see
Greatness.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to see.
And he's the best.
Yeah.
And this is the event.
So
that
why did he
people
get
would watch.
banned? What did he do?
So he signed a sponsorship with Impossible Foods, and that is
Like
a
Is that like a fake hot dog?
It's lab grown,
Is
not
that a
meat.
lib dog, Schaef?
It's lib.
Can I get
Impossible
two
Foods, a
lib
company
dogs?
that makes plant-based hot dogs,
That sounds
is a
horrible.
competing company to Nathan's Famous Hot Dogs.
All right.
And Major League Eating organizer George Shea said it would be like Michael Jordan saying to Nike, "I'm going to represent Adidas too."
Yeah, you don't want to cross paths with the MLE.
I mean, but
I don't know that the analogy works because Michael Jordan representing Nike and Adidas had nothing to do with the NBA.
Yeah. Also, remember famously in the Olympics when he put the flag over the Reebok logo? Like, I feel like NBA players represent other shoe companies all the time, even if
Sure.
they're So
Yeah,
that's pretty weak.
I don't love it. I feel like he should be allowed to compete. I feel like it's not really the hot dog eating contest if you don't have the
best.
16-time champion. He's won the last 8. I believe he ate 63 last year.
Oh, that makes my stomach hurt.
Yeah, I mean it's horrifying. Absolutely horrifying, but also maybe the most American event possible.
It's pretty American.
And having been to the site of the hot dog eating
Coney
contest,
Island?
yes,
I've been to Coney Island.
I always like it because now that I have been there and I can
You're like, oh, I
visualize all
remember
of it.
that street.
I got hot dogs from there at the shack. It was great. It very just disappointing, I think, for
America.
Really, it's
Wow.
a bad look.
If this is the most disappointing thing that happens in America this year, solid year.
It is simultaneously both the most American and un-American thing to happen at the same time.
Wow.
Because it's very capitalistic. It's like, we own this. You can't
Well,
have a competing sponsor.
Hypocritical nature is very American, though.
That's true. See,
So-
it's very American. It's weird. It's like this weird.
We only love
crisscross.
capitalism when it suits us. All right, I got political. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, no, I appreciate it.
No, I'm apologize because I.
How
don't
about the
want to.
felon stuff? What do you think?
I have no
anything-
thoughts.
34
No
to
takes.
nothing. Shaquille O'Neal. Bryant
No
to
takes.
Shaq.
What's your bunker situation?
Oh, good question, Nick.
34 makes me think of David Ortiz.
That should have been the question that day. What does 34 make you think of? I thought of Shaq.
34 was also my first baseball number in high school.
There you go. I mean, it's going to make me think of Mike Schaefer now moving forward.
Not a
Nick,
very
what do
good
you
Mike
think
Schaefer.
of?
Of 34?
Yeah. You think
I
of President T,
No, I think it's 3 away from my unlucky number.
which 37 or 31?
Yeah, 37.
Why is
31 is my favorite number.
So it's not necessarily it's unlucky number. It's reoccurring number in my life. It's like it showed up in my dad's life a bunch, and then at some point it was passed down to me. When I was
the number to you?
Yeah, it's like a weird reoccurring number curse. I was a kid and I was reaching for a Hot Wheel car, and it was number 37, NASCAR driver. And then that's when my dad knew that the curse passed on to me. And it just shows up in my life randomly.
Nick,
37.
I'm sorry about this. I hope that everything is okay during the College World Series and that there's not a game where a team scores 37 runs and you're stuck there until 2 a.m.
Oh, gosh.
That would be pretty funny, though.
That would be insane.
For the bit, it would be pretty funny.
For the bit.
All right, Schaef, let's talk about the quarterback room because this is the topic that is actually, I don't want to say it's sweeping the fan base, but people do have opinions on it. There are probably multiple page threads on your message board about it and on other message boards about this. And it's for a guy that would be brought in, and this guy's name is Jalen Gramstad, who would just be there to provide depth. You kind of chuckled when I said something about fourth string or whatever it was. What do we know? Is this important? Will they even want him? Is this just a lot of words spilled for the sake of words being spilled?
I think this is a really cool story. I think it's a neat human interest story on the idea that an NAIA quarterback of the year or player of the year would go work out at Nebraska. It's at a very visible position. Obviously, he's a former Husker fan.
Yeah.
First of all, Brian Christopherson wrote a fantastic story on this. Would highly recommend everyone to check that out at Husker 24/7. It is like the meat and potatoes of it in Brian Christopherson's wheelhouse. Like the human interest stuff, perfect for him. Nails it. Everyone should check that out. He
Go
does a great
BC.
job with it. As it relates to how it actually matters for Nebraska, the idea would be you could add a quarterback that has played to have some experience, but he would ultimately be behind Heinrich Harburg. So he's probably then running third on the depth chart at that point.
So ahead of Kalen.
Only because you're trying to prevent having to play Kalen a lot, but he could still play in 4 games. I think we've completely over talked about Nebraska's quarterback issue. Like they have 3 guys that they can play. One that you can get away with playing 4 times without burning a red shirt in Kalen. One that's expected to be your starter in Dylan Raiola. And here's a novel idea. A guy in his second year, with this coaching staff as a quarterback that now has a new quarterback coach that can help him out, that started multiple games for you, that we don't have to pretend is the worst possible thing if you have to play him in
X amount of games
and utilize him.
Yeah.
Like it's just, people have just made it seem like Nebraska is just devoid of any quarterback play if something were to happen to Dylan Raiola, and that's not really true. Like they're in a better situation than other programs.
Well, it's certainly been a better position than they were in
because
last
they at
year.
least have an idea of what Heinrich Harburg is. They can build game plans to figure out how to utilize it.
And how much of this too is believing?
And this is all built on the idea that you wouldn't have the guy who's going to play for you anyways.
And how much of this is on the idea that they are like actually fans of where Harburg has developed now?
They like I say this all the time, and I didn't say it as much because I didn't work as much for the last 4 months, but they like Heinrich Harburg as a quarterback.
Yeah.
Full stop.
Yeah.
There was confusion by the Nebraska staff last spring when it was asked if he was going to play another position. They went to him when they got here in December, and they wanted him as a quarterback because they like his athleticism. I think he has the ability to do other things in the run of a game for them, but he is viewed by this Nebraska staff as a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And we saw at times in the spring game, he threw an absolutely beautiful through tight window ball to the tight end. I cannot think of who it was in the moment during that spring. Like he looked good at times in that spring game. Now, is it the most ideal scenario? No. But it's not one where you're going to go out and get another quarterback that's going to play over.
Well, and can I give you something too? It's not the most ideal scenario if your starting quarterback gets hurt and you have to have a different starter for another couple of games. Like, I've ultimately landed on that, where like if you want an extra body in there just for the warm and fuzzy of it, like more power to you. Like I'm not going to be super critical of that because like people are like the lesson of last year is you need more depth, and it's like yeah, sure, if you believe in the depth, but if this addition, if they were to offer him, it seems like he would say yes. So if that happens and that makes you feel better about the room, like who am I to judge on that? I just don't think that that's going to be the difference between an injury and them going from 9 to 8 wins versus 9 to 5 wins or something.
Yeah,
like that,
and I guess I would also sort of phrase it like this. I mean, I don't know that this kid, and I don't want to assess his game. I've never watched him play, but I don't know that the likelihood that he's dramatically better than Andrew Bunch or even Andrew Bunch, who was the third string quarterback used a few years ago in a similar situation where
Troy,
he joined the roster, and then ascends to that spot because Jebbia leaves. Yeah, I like this is their quarterback picture, and they've clearly known this is what it's going to look like since last December, and they continued to pass on adding a quarterback.
Yeah.
They are okay with it. At some point, the fan base has to be too.
Yeah.
I guess they don't have to be okay with it, but they can at least accept the idea that the coaches, the people in the best position to make that determination, have decided that they don't need to invest more resources on another quarterback.
Yeah. Michael Severe just brought in a glove for Nick Grimm.
Incredible.
Thanks,
awesome.
Michael.
That is so good.
We didn't even know which hand he is.
Yeah, are you a right-handed thrower, Nick?
No.
I mean, you'll be okay.
Yeah.
Riley writes, Gramstad sounds pretty understanding that he'd be at the end of the quarterback room. He just loves Nebraska. He and his family love Nebraska. He'd be fun to root for.
That's
but
awesome.
little actual impact on the field.
Right. And so that's where I want, it's a really cool story, but in the same vein as Matt Damon's nephew coming to walk on to Nebraska,
Forgot about that.
it's more of a human interest thing, not likely to impact the football team.
And yet, for some, it would be like, sweet, another guy.
Right.
It's like, all right. But you said it last segment? They already have a fourth stringer. It's not like
they like Luke Longvall.
It's not like they just have 3 quarterbacks.
Yeah.
How many quarterbacks do they have right now? 5 or 6?
I think I have 5.
Yeah.
There's another
Wachi
walk-on from
Wacky?
Mississippi,
Woke.
Jack.
Is he- I thought he left. I thought
Did he
Woke
leave?
went
He
broke.
might have left.
No politics, but I thought Woke went broke.
He might have. There's things that have happened
Always
that
go
I just
broke.
don't have, drilled in on. But
Go Wachi, go Brachi.
Longvall, I think, is their 4th guy.
Mike writes, if he is the best NAIA quarterback, he is still an NAIA quarterback.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the level he plays at.
Mm-hmm.
He can't be a different thing if he's not at that level.
I hope he joins the program just because then it'd be,
It'd be a really cool thing.
It'd be a cool story.
I just wouldn't bet on ever seeing him play in the 2024 season, which is what people
weirdly would
want him to join the program for.
Is this mainly then just about Harburg, like this discussion?
Yeah, I
Like
just
not
think it's
believing that he is
right.
one
I
of
think
those
it's
guys.
the idea. First, the idea is that Nebraska will never have a quarterback that makes it through the season healthy again.
Yeah.
So that's the first one. The second one is that if something happens to the quarterback, oh no, Nebraska can't win another game because they don't have someone that can come in, which isn't true. I understand the hesitation of Harburg because it didn't look good at the end of last year.
No.
It's also not last year's offense.
Yeah.
It's not last year's offensive skill sets.
Different
and
coach,
players.
different coach in there.
And currently, all of the guys that were hurt last year are now healthy. So,
knock on wood.
We don't have to assume that they're going to be hurt again.
That's nice. All right, when we return, we still have a lot of things to get to. Classic Schaefer show, lots of things to get to. We'll see if we have time for them. I did want to do another things Schaef has missed segment and get his thoughts on that. We also have wooden bats and rubber hats and an NFL topic that I had there as well.
There's a lot to get to.
Plus, we still have Steve Sipple. Dan
Is Sybil
Hurley's
just
back
coming
in
on
the
every
con-
show this week?
Well, he called in.
He was
because-
on Friday last week. He's on Monday. Is Sybil a daily guest now?
You can ask him that. That'd be a good
I will
first
ask
question.
him that. I talked to him yesterday.
Maybe he's just making up.
I told him I supported his shirt or his shirt decision in the peach.
At Target?
The peach shirt.
I would not buy a peach shirt.
You wouldn't buy a
I
fruit
have
shirt?
a peach shirt.
Do you have any fruit
but
shirts?
it's not peach. It's more coral, if you would.
I wouldn't want a coral shirt.
I might wear it.
I like strong, bright colors, not peach. It's too muted for my taste.
Oh, wow.
You
Yeah.
said peach. You were talking about the color. I thought you meant he bought a shirt that had peaches on it because
No.
Target
I think
has a lot of
coral
fruit
is more
shirts.
bright than peach, so
Yeah.
maybe that would work for you.
Interesting. I like bright, really bright stuff.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's how I roll. Though I'm wearing a gray hat today. So all of that and more as we
You wear
roll
gray
on.
a lot.
Do I?
Yeah. You have a gray sweatshirt you wear all the time.
Do I?
Yeah, I feel like it. Unless I'm making this up in my
I have
head.
a zone gray shirt. Sweatshirt
Cowboy
that I
stuff
wear.
is gray.
I do. You're right. All right. Well, let's
It's a gray cowboy sweatshirt is what I'm thinking of.
gray cowboy sweatshirt. I don't think so.
Whatever.
Interesting. All right. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct with Mike Schaefer here on 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grimm for Circus Sports Iowa. The NBA Finals, the NHL Finals, many finals on many sides. You can pick the one you want to play along with the Circus Sports Iowa app. Play along with the NBA in-game lines that update every break. Pick the tight money line splits with the Oilers. Find some fun props for both if that's what you want to do. But if you don't like the NBA or hockey, or if you just don't want to wait for the games to start winning, well, that's what the MLB is for. Every single day, you can find something nice for yourself on the Circus Sports Iowa app. It's the app you want to start using when you're done playing in the kiddie pool and ready to get serious about your sports book anywhere in the state of Iowa. Also, Circa is got 2 contests happening right now with Circa Million 6 and Circa Survivor. $16 million in guaranteed prizes, 2 ways to win, no rake. They've also got amazing customer support, and they won't stop your account or limit your account if you're winning too much like some of the other guys. Download Circa Sports Iowa today. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
The Connor Happer Show.
Chris writes in on Twitter, there will be no missing Angel Hernandez. Absolutely none. He's terrible, and I'm truly happy to see him go. Do you at all feel bad for a human man, Angel Hernandez, who just so happens to be just awful at his job? Do you at all feel like, all right, he's retiring, we should just let it go, rather than pile on, happy to see you go, rotten hell, you know?
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Mostly sunny and very warm into the evening with the temperatures in the upper 80s. Mostly clear to partly cloudy later tonight. It'll be mid-60s for the lows. And then mostly sunny, breezy, and hot Wednesday, a high in the mid-90s, maybe a scattered storm off to the east of us into the evening. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, looks like the wrecks have been cleared, but we're getting reports of delays if you are headed south on the JFK. Delays start at Chandler Road going all the way to 370. If you're east on I-80, delays start at 680 going all the way to 84th. We've also got delays on westbound I-80 between 24th and 72nd. Delays on 204th Street for both directions at West Center Road. And then if you're east on Dodge, delays from 680 to 72nd. And on westbound Dodge, delays from 680 to 120th. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
We are excited to announce the grand opening of Saul's Jewelry and Loan's new downtown location. It's a Saul's shopping experience like you've never seen. Amazing jewelry finds at our famous best-in-town prices. Tools, bikes, guitars, 22nd and Hardy, downtown Omaha, Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
At Cox Mobile, we know you're smart. You brush your teeth in the shower to save time, make coffee ice cubes for your cold brew, and wear goggles to cut onions. You also added Cox Mobile. So smart. Now you're running on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability and saving on your Cox internet. It's ingenious, just like you.
Aw, thanks.
Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile. Cox postpaid internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability as measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. through H 2023. Other restrictions apply. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
Host is roasting every morning. At Host Coffee Services, every cup of coffee served comes with a promise of quality, innovation, and a dash of fun, ensuring your workday is as delightful as your coffee break. Call Host Coffee Services today.
Proudly serving Nebraska since 1972. Host Coffee Services is always roasting something good for you.
If you need bold banners to boost your business, but you're on a budget, think Staples. Because now at Staples, you can save up to $50 on your print purchase. From posters and flyers to signs and menus, Staples can print anything you need to move your business forward. And with Staples Print Perfect Guarantee, it's done right or it's printed again free. Plus, same-day service is available on hundreds of items if you order by noon. Get it printed right at Staples. And now get up to $50 off your print purchase. And 76, visit staples.com/print for details.
Roofing, siding, and gutters. Make the right call with the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct. You gotta shake that booty on 1620 The Zone.
Josh Peterson, Mike Schaefer, Nick Grimm. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, and zonetv.live.
Nice.
Go there today. Some responses. We put a bow on the conversation from last segment. First of all, Aaron Papillion points out that I'm colorblind, so give me a break. I just don't remember wearing this gray Cowboys hoodie that Schaef was talking.
I swear it's gray, but maybe it's blue.
I'm gonna go home and take a picture
Is
of
it
all
blue
my
with gray.
I do have a blue. I have many blue.
I swear it's like a gray Cowboys.
I don't think so. Douglas writes HH. That means Heinrich Harburg.
Oh.
Yes, Nick.
Oh.
Yeah, not the other thing that HH can stand for. Heinrich Harburg does not fit the current quarterback offense. They're not going to run the option next year. Just saying. And then about 800 dots after that. Chris in Montana texts in. So you wouldn't rather have the possibility of an NAIA All-American versus a true freshman? I agree Harburg looks good, but I can see what's the harm when somebody can spin it. And then he adds, obviously, after Dylan.
What's the Harmburg?
Wow. No, Nick. No. What's the harm, Schaef? What's the harm? Amazing Dana says, I don't know how to evaluate him, but if they think he can play, doesn't hurt to have him. He's got a redshirt year and a full year, too.
Yeah.
I don't have it. I think that you and I are in full agreement on.
If they want to take him, take him.
I think where maybe you and I differ from.
I don't think it makes a difference to their quarterback depth chart.
Here's a question. Would this addition change how you view the upcoming season in terms of wins and losses?
No.
And I know, So for me, it's also no.
It doesn't change how I view about the room, let alone wins and losses.
Yeah, it's just, for me, it seems like a body and a cool story, which, again, not a negative. I'm not going to be over here being like, pooping on anyone's parade or anything like that. Like, that's awesome. If you think it's cool, that's great. I just don't think that this is going to be the difference. And if the unforeseen horrible thing happens, like, I don't think that he would be the next guy that they would go to.
Right.
So it's like, if you don't think that that's the case, then again, it's just a body for body's sake.
And it's unclear if he'd be the third guy that they would, or the second. Wait, okay. The second guy that they would go to.
Dylan.
It's hypothetically, if they were to get into a situation where they had to go to their fourth string quarterback.
Yeah, the season's a disaster.
Because he's never been there.
Yeah. Okay, let me ask you this real fast. If it's a situation where they need a guy for more than one game, do you think that it's still Harburg, or do you think that
I think it's Harburg?
So you think Kalen for sure is the third stringer?
Yeah.
By the way, Gramstad, 6'1", 190 is what he is listed as on the Northwestern football website. 6'1", 190. So not horrifically small by any means, but never played obviously at this type of level before. Cool story. Be interested to see what happens with that moving forward. Do you want to go with the things that you missed, or do you want to go NFL? Because the topic on the thing you missed is assuredly not NFL.
Yeah, let's go with the things that I missed, because I'm guessing it's someone leaving to go down to Texas A&M.
No. Oh, that would have been a good one. I didn't want to do anything Husker related. Yeah, that's right.
you.
You haven't really opined a bunch about.
I was so happy that I was not working.
That was the story you were most excited to miss out on, right?
Yeah,
the whole time.
And then I also, hold on. You said there none of these are Huskers related.
No, I have no Husker related ones.
I was also glad to not have been working, quotes or whatever we want to. Nobody thinks I have a real job, anyways. I don't even think I have a real job.
No.
I was happy to not been working during the Friday. The
loss?
No, the Illinois Friday game.
Oh, when that was announced?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right, because all of you Husker 24/7 guys are all fuddy-duddies when it comes to fun college football topics like uniforms and kickoff times. Boo. Boo.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, whatever about that. It's more so just like the way people responded as if Christmas had been canceled because a game was going to be playing on a Friday was so over the top.
Sick of the war on Christmas.
I don't know. I wouldn't have handled it particularly well. I would have said something rude and offensive. Would
have been funny.
Which isn't unusual for me.
This is in relation to big news in college basketball.
Ooh.
John Calipari is going to Arkansas. Mike Schaefer, your takes.
Wow.
All right.
This would be a big deal if John Calipari was still considered one of the best coaches in college basketball.
It would.
But it sure seems like that's not the case anymore.
It definitely doesn't seem like he's very good anymore. He was built on recruiting a bunch of 5-stars and then going on a deep run, and now he hasn't done that in a long time.
The bigger part of this to me is Eric Musselman going to the Big Ten, and can he do something at USC where, what does USC basketball look like out of the Pac-12? And I'm kind of fascinated by that. I'm fascinated by the addition of all four of those programs, Oregon, Washington, USC, and UCLA, what that means for Big Ten basketball, which is already really good. And there's not like used to be Nebraska, and could go back to being Nebraska. We'll see. There's not like easy wins in that conference.
Yeah.
And you didn't add any. 3 of those 4 for sure. And Washington, when you and I were in high school or just out of high school, like they were 1 seeds in the NCAA tournament.
Yeah.
That is not a bad program.
No.
Almost ever. So, they're not necessarily a tournament team all the time, but I'm probably more interested in that aspect than, Calipari basically needs a life raft out of town. ends up at Arkansas. The other thing that's more interesting is Kentucky's coaching search leads them to what, Mark Pope, I think
Guy
is his
from
name.
BYU.
Yeah, who's good coach, but it was clearly option
8.
Let's see, how do I know the alphabet? H.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Yeah, H. Nice. Good work. That
No.
was same number, same letter. Not great.
Yeah.
Not great for Kentucky. That fan base very rational though, so I'm sure that they're doing awesome.
I
They're doing
pick on
great.
Tennessee a lot. They're my favorite fan base to just follow as things are going terrible
Oh, yeah.
because
They're psychos.
they're nuts.
Yeah.
Kentucky is right there with it.
Their basketball fan base, Nick, is insane.
Yeah. Now, we didn't get a chance to talk about this. Kentucky was playing Oregon State on Sunday night.
Sure.
And it was Kentucky wins that game.
They locked
go
up
to
their trip to the World Series. Yeah.
I was mesmerized. There was an old guy sitting in the front row just off the left-handed batter's box.
Scotty.
That was reacting in just like he was having his appendix burst during the game. Because you could tell how bad that he wanted Kentucky to win and how convinced he was that they were going to ultimately blow this
Let
and
him
lose
down.
and there'd be a third game. And then he hated every umpire call that wasn't a strike. And so there was a whole bunch of just doing this
The whole time?
Yeah, and it's just this old. And then at one point, he pulls his readers out, and he's not even paying attention when Kentucky's hitting anymore. And it's like he's trying to convince himself that if he's not watching, something good will happen. And then a ball would get hit, and he would look up, and then he'd see it was going to be an out, and he'd look right back down. He was more entertaining at points than that game was. Like, it was nuts.
I love this man.
Yeah,
I hope he's happy. I hope he found
I
a
hope he
little
comes to
joy.
Omaha, and if I
has
see
great
him,
seats.
I am going to make Happer go interview him.
Yeah.
Oh.
If this man is in Omaha, somebody send him our way. We could talk to him on
He
Saturday
was in
or
the
Sunday.
second seat off of the left-handed batter's box. If anyone watched the game, there's two little kids late in the game holding signs.
Amazing.
Like right, he would have been to the right of those.
Now I want to log on to my ESPN Plus and pull up this game and see if I can find this man.
I love how committed to memory you have this.
Yeah, good job.
Yeah, I mean,
Shane.
it was a
COVID brain. I wouldn't remember a thing anymore. but-
Same.
Yeah, look at you.
That wouldn't have anything to do with anything.
I don't remember anything anymore, Schaef. You have a great memory.
I have an incredible memory.
Yeah,
that is
I
one of
use-
the few. My recall is very.
I have an
strong.
incredible memory.
Oh, many say that it's the best memory. Some more comments real quick.
Never
about
ran
the,
for president.
About the quarterback situation.
Now eligible to.
Sean writes,
Not
"That's
old enough."
right. The 35-year-old boy.
You guys-
you're 36, aren't you?
36. Yeah.
You have at least another 30 years before you're eligible.
That's true. Yeah, they don't want young people anymore to be
You
president.
got to toil in the minor leagues for a while.
Is Obama the last young president?
Let's see, what
402-951-1620.
NBC show am I going to host?
Sean writes, why are Josh and Schaef pooping on this guy in his story? SMH. Andy says, Josh, you shouldn't poop on people on their parade. Good point. But
No one is.
Michael Severe writes, what happens if he comes in and wins the second team job?
I mean, does Michael think that would happen, or are we just playing the what if scenario?
The way
on-
that he asked it, it made me think Michael thinks that might happen.
he would have to get invited to join the team
Yeah.
first.
Brunts, the way that Brunts talked about it
I don't
earlier,
think he was the best of the quarterbacks. I was there at the camp.
Yeah.
I mean, so
Well, you're about to poop again.
The quarterback that I think Brunts left thinking the junior college guy was probably the one who had the best day.
Yeah.
And he was watching them closer than I was. I was watching wide receivers and other things.
This
But
is a classic Nebraska story.
it's one of those, it's a cool feel-good story. It just won't have any effect on the season.
Yeah.
And it's not even a story yet. Like the other thing is one media outlet covers this, and now it's like become this whole thing. And it puts Nebraska in a weird spot where, like, do they have to do something with this kid?
This place is so nuts.
It's, I'm making fun of Tennessee and Kentucky.
Yeah, look at
and
us.
it's
We're talking about an NAIA quarterback for 2 segments today.
because he threw at a Monday postgraduate camp.
God, I love this
that
place.
6 media members were at.
The College World Series is in town this week, and we're talking about this. This is why.
Well, that makes sense. You always talk about Nebraska during the summer.
Yeah, but some people say that they like my baseball takes.
They do?
Some. There's got to be someone out there who likes them. It's because I steal them
What's
from
an
Happer.
example of a baseball take that you've had?
I talk about the 2001 World Series a lot. Scott Brocious, remember him? Young Kim.
Why Scott Brocious?
Because he hit a home run that forced extra innings
Do you
against.
even know what position he played?
Scott Brocious, was he a second baseman?
No.
First baseman?
No.
DH?
No.
You only have so many left.
Yeah, third base.
Yeah.
Oh, I got there. He just didn't seem fast enough to be a third baseman. So that's why I decided.
Speed in the 90s and
Early
steroid in
2000s. I guess that's a good point. Everyone was really massive.
Yeah. Well, I'm just thinking of Ken Caminiti. You wouldn't. I mean, he stole bases.
Yeah.
But you just don't think of speed necessarily.
Figured you'd like that 2001.
I like Ken Caminiti.
A baseball take that I have. Willie Mays, best player of all time. Thoughts on that?
Interesting.
Yeah.
What led you to this take?
I mean, he was really good, obviously.
Okay, but so was this guy named Henry Aaron.
Yeah, I
who
mean,
statistically
Willie Mays was a
did
more
everything.
balanced player, though.
I've
Across the
never
board.
heard anyone call him Henry.
That's his name.
Yeah,
I know, but
wasn't he better?
He
I mean,
preferred the name Henry. I learned that in a biography that I read.
By your favorite writer.
Yeah, Howard Brent.
He was better in the field, was he not? I mean, he made that famous catch.
I
I thought he was more of a 5-tool player than Hank Aaron was.
I think that's a contention that Hank Aaron took to his grave.
Oh, may he rest in peace.
I don't know that there was a lot of love between those two.
Okay,
guys.
all right.
So it's fascinating.
Was that in the book?
Oh yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
So do you think Hank Aaron's the best player of all time?
I think so. Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
I mean,
It's a good summer topic.
well, it's
Topic alert.
tough because it's also hard for me to get out of the mindset too that those players playing in the current baseball environment would struggle because it's much different now than it was then.
Yeah, everybody
But then
was
at the
drunk.
same time, everyone else would struggle against Bob Gibson on a raised mound. So
Sure.
what are we doing here? You play in the era that you're in.
Yeah,
But if I had to pick one baseball player to represent greatness, it would be Hank Aaron.
No, I mean, look, not a bad choice. He has the most home runs of all time,
Mhm.
and he was awesome.
He's the 3,000 hit club.
Yeah.
He's over 300 hitter. His on base percentage, his advanced stats, all of the metrics, the WAR, it all points to Hank Aaron.
All right. And that's talking baseball.
Baseball.
When we return, we'll talk a little NFL, a couple more responses to what we were just talking about with the quarterback situation, but we can move on past that as well. Also, Steve Sipple will join us in a few minutes. Still so many things and many topic alerts that we'll probably have to save for tomorrow's show when Mike Schaefer is back here at 5011 Capitol Avenue. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, 1620 The Zone.
For the Jays, the Huskers, and even you Jayskers, we are 1620 The Zone.
If there's one thing that you can count on every spring, it's that we're going to have to deal with some hail. J-Tech Construction is the company to call to make it right again. J-Tech Construction specializes in siding, roofing, windows, and gutters, even solar. They're trained for insurance claims assistance, and they can help with your insurance company. Turn to the team the Huskers turn to, J-Tech Construction. Use your favorite search engine to find J-Tech Construction online and schedule a free estimate today.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call in the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Success in today's electrical market requires your company to be able to adjust to an ever-changing field. A partnership with IBEW Local 22 gives you that flexibility with access to journeymen, apprentices, proven training programs, marketing assistance, entry into markets not available before, ability to expand and contract with changing market conditions, and a benefits package for you and your employees. Contact Bob at IBEW Local 22 for additional details at 402-980-7596.
A fantastic fall fishing trip starts right now. Hi, I'm Crash Davis. I need you to go to banter.com and get signed up. You've heard me talking about it. You've asked me about it. Well, now is the time to get signed up. Only a few spots remain. Only a few days remain for us to have a great fishing adventure together at Ballard's Resort in northern Minnesota. We're going to the Lake of the Woods. Get on the bus Sunday. We're back on Thursday, and it's cheaper than you could do for gas there and back hauling a boat. More details with ballardsresort.com. Get signed up today. Time is of the essence.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
At Union Bank, people don't have your money. Your money has people. First home people, investment people, people who answer the phone and your chats, dream car people, dream retirement people, driving your dream car in your dream retirement people, small business people, credit card people, and all the other people you need. At Union Bank, our people help you do more than you dreamed possible. So stop in and say hello. We can't wait to see you. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Josh Peterson, Mike Schaefer, and Nick Grimm. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Chris in Montana texts in Schaef and says, whenever Schaefer's on, it kind of feels like a holiday or last day at school. Just a couple millennial dudes having fun and getting paid at the same time. How about that, Schaef?
I like it.
Couple millennial dudes.
I feel like I want to hear Steve Addazio say that.
What's better than this? Guys being dudes.
Yeah, exactly.
Some more comments. Jed writes, and I think you were hitting on this, says too many people can't move past what they saw from Harburg last year as if it is impossible for him to improve. Well, that is certainly a big part of it.
It's funny because it's like when it's Harburg, everything has to be exactly what it was in 2023. When it's any other quarterback, it gets to be better because all the other pieces get to be better and healthy. But if it's Harburg, back to 2023.
And hey, look, a year ago, Harburg was in the same spot of, hey, maybe he could be something. You know why? Because we hadn't seen him before. It is so predictable. It's, everyone always wants to say the backup quarterback is the most popular player on campus. That's not true. The unseen player is the most popular player at every program. And I would even put it in pro sports as well, where you have a guy who hasn't played. Like, look at the Steelers, because we're going to talk about them in a couple of minutes. But look at the Steelers. They have 2 quarterbacks, but neither of them have played in Pittsburgh before. And so the hope is, like, this is going to be where Russell Wilson, or this is going to be the place where Justin Fields turns around because they're in a new location. Like, that's what, whether it's this new guy who is on the scene, whether if Dylan Raiola struggles, people would be like, well, what about Daniel Kalen? He was the other guy that was highly thought of. Maybe he'll be the guy that can turn things around. So that's what I always think it is. Katie says the Nebraska sports media cycle is insane. It is the same for every sport. Hype it up all off season, get into the season. It disappoints. So there are hundreds of think pieces on why. Then the hope begins again. Football, basketball, baseball, all the same. All the same.
She's missing the part where, you have to have the coaching change out, and then you talk about what exactly went wrong with that regime and what's going to change with this one.
Yeah.
You get that in there and you're pretty much spot on.
By the way, this coming down.
Also, that's not different than any other fan base sports cycle.
Yeah,
period.
John Rahm decided to withdraw from the U.S. Open due to an infected sore located between his little toe on the next toe and the next toe on his left foot. Oh, so his last 2 toes on his left foot.
Think he got a blister and he popped it and didn't take care of it?
Man, can you get infected by doing that?
I think so.
I pop blisters every now and then.
You're supposed to at least keep the skin on.
From time to time.
Yeah.
Let's see. One more comment. Sean writes, have you addressed Joey Chestnut's band? Yeah, Schaef ran it about that earlier. And then he adds, you're listening to a couple millennial dudes on 1620 The Zone.
Nice.
Indeed, that is what we are. Schaef, NFL topic for you. Wanted to talk to you about Mike Tomlin because he agreed to a 3-year extension yesterday. And then, as someone that I follow on Twitter pointed out, he has 0 playoff wins since 2017. And so I wanted to ask you this, because if I remember right, you are a Tomlin guy.
Oh, yeah.
You're a big Tomlin guy. How do you weigh that fact of, like, very little, no playoff success in now almost a decade? Now, they have made the playoffs before, but they have not had any playoff success. And yet, I would say that on the field, in terms of the way that their roster has been built or the way that their quarterback situation has been, I would say that they have overachieved over the last handful of years as well, given what I think that they are going into a lot of these seasons. Like, I want to keep predicting them to have a sub 500 year because they still never have under Tomlin. And yet, if I did that every year, he would make me look like an idiot. At the very least, they were going 8-8. Now in a 17-game season, they're going 9-8. So how do you weigh those two factors, given that they have not won a playoff game since 2017? And I believe, if I remember right, that was January of 2017. And that was a game... who'd they beat? The Chiefs, I think. And then since then, they have, I mean, they had the
They beat the Dolphins and the Chiefs. They lost the Patriots in the AFC Championship.
And then the next year, they lost to the Jaguars in like a really wild and weird playoff game that made them not go to the AFC Championship game. They had a bye that year. And then, they've lost every year since. So I wonder what your thoughts were on the extension situation.
Yeah, I mean, it's, are you not going to extend a guy who's never had a losing season? Or did he have his first one?
He still never has one.
I mean, like, what are you supposed to do with someone who's won 2 Super Bowls, never had a losing season, or 1 Super Bowl? No, 2. 1. Been to 2, won 1.
Yeah. Cowher won the other one.
Should have won 2.
Oh.
Should have won that one in 2010. So we'll never have to hear about
takes.
Whatever. Not that they should have won. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, what are you? You're not going to extend him?
No, so I guess my question is not, should they extend him? My question is, isn't this really interesting that the guy, like, how much they have struggled over the last almost decade?
I think it would tell you that they have treaded water where they've never quite bottomed out. Or they haven't obviously bottomed out.
Yeah.
And they have been able to sort of reload, but not completely to the point where they can compete against these teams. I mean, if you look at these games that they've lost in the 4 times they've been to the playoffs since 2017, where their last win, the Jaguars probably one of the 4 that
is the most inexcusable, I would say.
And that cost them the opportunity to go to the AFC Championship game.
And they would have played to the Patriots.
Right.
And they probably would have lost because they always did.
But that Jaguars team almost beat that Patriots team, too.
They did. That Jags team was good.
It was like 24-21.
They were up. They were up by 2 scores late in the game.
Right. And then the Browns one, like, the Browns were just better than the Steelers by that point.
You think so? Because that was in Pittsburgh.
That was the year that the Steelers started off really hot and then kind of.
That's right. They started 11-0, and then
you got to the playoffs. They were the home team, the favored seed, but they were.
You know what they were? They were like last year's Eagles.
Yeah, I mean, they were just sort of the team that like had peaked really early, and then by the time you got to that January run.
Do you remember that Browns game where the Browns were up like 28-0 in the first quarter because the Steelers like turned the ball over a bunch and it was just like long touchdown?
Because I am almost positive that was Baker Mayfield's first playoff win.
It was.
Now, to really tie this together, Baker Mayfield's 2 playoff wins
against the other one was against the
Steelers, and then the Eagles.
Yeah, those 2 teams I was just talking about.
Goodness,
bring back
the circle of Baker.
Bring back the Steagles.
Steagles.
World War II, Nick. Look it up.
I'm aware of the Steagles.
Your next 2 here are essentially you lost to
Patrick Mahomes, right?
The Chiefs team just ripped you apart on Sunday Night Football.
And then what's the other one?
They lost to the Bills.
Oh, last year. That's right. On the Monday game.
Right.
The Monday afternoon game last year.
And, I mean, they played better than I guess was anticipated that they would, but they still lost. I mean,
did they lose by 2 scores in that game last year?
Yeah, they did, because I'm pretty sure the Bills covered.
I was going to say, I think it was 10 points. Jordan says the guy is the epitome of doing just enough to keep your job. So, like, I think he's a good coach.
I don't think that's true.
I just don't know if he is like what the Steelers fan base wants, which is championships, right? Like, that's a franchise that feels like that they should be competing and winning Super Bowls, or at the very least winning AFC championships. I don't know if he's like that guy to do so in the modern era, but I'm also not going to come over here and say like they should definitely fire him and try to find somebody else. I would be inherently frustrated though. I feel like that's very Dallas Cowboys. Like, honestly, super successful in the regular season, always makes the playoffs. Again, I think that.
Well, they're not always making the playoffs. They've had 4 appearances since 2017.
All right,
always making the playoffs.
That's like half the time almost.
4 out of the 7 times.
Yeah.
They're basically good enough to be in the conversation at the end of the year. Sometimes they're getting in and sometimes they're not.
And I would say this. I think, again, going back to the idea of overachieving, given that like they had late stage Ben Roethlisberger, and then the last few years, their quarterback situation, I think it's been a pretty much a disaster.
You've answered it right there. Like, why are we judging Mike Tomlin off of the totality of this when it's very clear that they have not had the quarterback play to match up in, let's talk about it, the AFC, which is freaking loaded with quarterbacks.
Yeah, his own division, his own division is loaded. Okay, let me throw
Let's
this
do
at you,
this.
though.
every single one of these games
outside of
was
the
a first-round quarterback that they lost to.
Yeah.
Now, one of them was Blake Bortles. The
Yeah.
other one was Baker Mayfield. We can whatever with that.
Yeah, and then Patrick Mahomes.
You still can't, like.
What do you think, though, about what he's done at the offensive coordinator position over the last few years?
That is where, if you really want to get after the Mike Tomlin thing, it's whatever went on with Matt Canada. It's whatever they've tried to do and then gave up with Kenny Pickett. I don't think Russell Wilson and Justin Fields are going to be a particularly strong answer. But then this is the other difficulty of it. They probably play in the single best division
by far
in sports.
Yeah,
maybe?
for sure. It's awesome.
In like sports.
Yeah, they have.
And yet that division has accounted for one Super Bowl in Mike Tomlin's. Yeah, one win in Mike Tomlin's entire tenure, not counting the Steelers.
Okay, yeah, just the
so
Ravens.
obviously two if you count the Steelers.
Yeah.
4 appearances if you count everything.
So you have what? Cincinnati in there. You have Pittsburgh in there twice, and you have the Ravens in there once. Yeah.
Like that is a really, really part of the success of the Patriots
is the division.
Right.
Because they were always it's not that they were in the playoffs, it's that they were often getting buys in the era of just 6 playoff teams in each conference.
One less chance to lose.
Yeah, if you get a 1 or a 2 seed, you got a week off in the playoffs. So yeah, it's interesting. Like again, this was not a segment to say they should fire him.
No, but it's just one of those where it's like when someone says he's doing just enough to keep his job, I think that's somewhat unfair because realistically, who was going to do better with what they had?
And the answer to that is probably nobody. But I would ask,
there's not that there aren't other better decisions to be made throughout the totality of those 7 years.
I would just ask this: like moving forward, do we think he can embrace the modern NFL? And what I'm really saying is offense to a point where they could start winning at that high of a level again. But I would also say this, as I just kind of argue with myself, what he was able to do with Antonio Brown, given what we later learned about Antonio Brown, I think it turns into like one of the best coaching jobs of this century.
Do we know that Antonio Brown was that version of Antonio Brown when he was a good version of Antonio Brown?
I mean,
what a weird sentence.
Yeah, it was an odd sentence. I mean, remember the last playoff win? Do you remember what happened after that last playoff win when they beat the Chiefs?
No.
There was a video inside of the locker room that Antonio Brown, I believe, was recording to Facebook Live. About like Mike Tomlin talking about the matchup with the Patriots. So it's like, no, he didn't turn into what he was.
Wasn't quite there.
But man, he was
curious.
He was like, yeah, man, I'd really like to be a weirdo. And Tomlin, I think, held him at bay. It is wild that they had the triple Bs and how many, they never even made the Super Bowl with that group.
Yeah.
Right. When it was Roethlisberger, right? Is that what they called them? The triple Bs?
I think you're thinking of the Houston Astros.
Yeah.
And they were the Killer Bees.
Killer Bees. What did they call those guys? They called them something, didn't they?
I was wondering where you were going to go with it, and I wasn't sure.
Either way, they had some good players.
But yeah, it'll be a difficult run again in 2024. But my whole thing is he's still probably top 7 coach in the NFL.
In the whole NFL?
I mean, then again, I said that about Mike Vrabel, and he got fired by the Titans. So who knows what's
and he's
going
not
on.
even coaching anywhere.
Yeah, I don't understand it.
All right, when we return, Steve Sipple will stop by. We can ask him a variety of topics or a variety of questions about a variety of topics.
Should we ask him about Joey Chestnut?
We could ask him about Joey Chestnut. I'm sure he would have an opinion or two.
I would love to hear his takes on it.
All right, perfect. Well, we'll do that and more when we return. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct with Mike Schaefer here on 1620 The Zone. But first, Josh Peterson for my friends at the FanDuel Sportsbook. It is a Tuesday, and Tuesdays mean Dinger Tuesdays in Major League Baseball. Bet on your favorite player to rip a moonshot, and FanDuel will give you $5 in bonus bets for every home run hit during that game, and it doesn't even have to be the player that you bet on to hit a home run. Just go to FanDuel.com/1620 today. Get in on the Dinger Tuesday action, and baseball season is in full swing, but basketball season might be coming to an end. They have the lines for Game 3 tomorrow, the Stanley Cup Final later this week as well, and the big golf tournament this weekend. Just go to FanDuel.com/1620 today and take advantage of this great Dinger Tuesday offer. 21 plus and present in Iowa. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max bonus is $25 per game. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, we're still seeing significant delays on the southbound JFK starting at Chandler going all the way to 370. Bring your patience through there. Same goes if you're west on I-80. Delays start at 24th Street going all the way basically to Q Street on westbound I-80. If you're east on I-80, those delays go from 680 to about 84th. Also delays on eastbound L Street from 102nd to about 84th, and then delays on westbound Dodge from 108th to about 120th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
We are excited to announce the grand opening of Saul's Jewelry and Loan's new downtown location. It's a Saul's shopping experience like you've never seen. Amazing jewelry finds at our famous best in town prices. Tools, bikes, guitars. 22nd and Hardy, downtown Omaha, Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. EquitableOnline.com.
Calling all baseball fans, Omaha's heating up as the ultimate baseball hub, and Tickets for Less has your tickets for all the action. Catch the Storm Chasers, witness the Big Ten Baseball Championship at Charles Schwab Field, and don't miss a moment of that big thing going on in June. Plus, the Royals are playing great, and KC is just down the road. So score your tickets hassle-free at TicketsForLess.com, where you'll never pay service fees. Plus, use my promo code THEZONE to snag a discount on your next order. With Tickets for Less, enjoy transparent, upfront pricing every time. So shop now and use that promo code THEZONE at TicketsForLess.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED. And it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit.
Don't miss this week's Zone Deal.
This week's deal is for two $25 gift vouchers for the price of one for Ramona's Mexican restaurant in the historic Florence neighborhood. Known for their famous deep-fried burritos, their beast of a cheeseburger, and their Indian tacos. Don't forget their popular fresh, homemade, hot, and mild sauces. That's Ramona's Mexican restaurant.
Zone deals go fast. 9 a.m. Friday, 1620thezone.com.
Seasons change. Why not your tech? Upgrade now during the Dell Technologies Summer Sale event and save on select PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core processors. You'll be able to bring your most intensive projects to life with built-in AI, minimalistic design, immersive visuals, and cinematic audio. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to exceptional tech and electronics plus free shipping on everything. Amazing prices await you for a limited time only at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Tickets for Less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a boat throw. It would be nice to have a boat throw. It would be nice to have a boat throw. It would be nice to have a boat throw. It would be nice to have a boat throw. It would be nice to have a boat throw. It would be nice to have a boat throw. It would be nice to have a boat throw from your mom. Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space. Hey, we gotta be careful here. He tells us when we speak. But when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many. Oh, Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
For the third time in as many shows, Steve Sipple joins the program. He gave us a surprise call yesterday to talk to his long-lost friend Stibbs. He had to push back last week's interview to Friday, and now he's here at his regular time on a Tuesday. Sipple, we've talked to you so much. How are you?
Hi, I'm fine. I mean, I'm some level of distress because of heat. I'm in my truck, but fine generally. How are you doing?
Good. You know, Schaef was just talking about the level of temperature in our studio off air, so I think that we're all in agreement right now that it's
warm.
It's too damn hot.
Wait a second. Schaefer's in there?
Mike Schaefer.
It's me.
Hello, Schaefer.
How you doing? We got to see each other for the first time in months yesterday.
Yeah. Well, it's the off season, right?
And Schaef had a kid. Did you know about this?
Yes. Yes, I didn't break that news.
No.
Yeah.
John did. Did you know about that? John broke the news on accident on our show that Schaefer...
John pulled a Sipple.
Yeah, that Schaefer and his wife were having a child.
Well, I mean, it's not. We're all one big family, basically. So.
Are you available to do a podcast with Hudson? He's got his own podcast going.
Oh.
I'm sorry, the name again? Oh, Hudson. Yeah, no, he does not have a podcast going yet.
Yes, he does. Everyone does. Everyone has a podcast.
Everyone has a podcast.
And you're on everyone's Mount Rushmore of a guest.
Yeah, dissuade him from doing it.
Yeah, what is that like, Sip, that everyone, when they have a podcast, they want to talk to you? It has to be very flattering, but you also probably have to feel like, I don't have any new stories. What do you want from me?
It's not true either. I don't get that many requests. I mean, I do the radio show. No, I don't. I mean,
are you saying you would like more requests? So we should let people know that have podcasts.
I'll tweet out your phone number real fast.
Sip, do you have any Formula One takes?
No, I like open wheel racing. Now, here's the deal. I don't. I just want to make that clear. I don't go. I know there's a lot of podcasts, but no, I'm not. I don't go on them. I mean, I'm not saying I turn them all down, but it seems like there's enough going on right now. You know, there's enough appearances right now.
I'll let Hudson know you're thinking about it.
Yeah, that's very nice.
Yeah.
Steve Sipple, HuskerOnline.com joining us.
I would make an exception for Hudson.
Oh, nice.
As an up and comer, I would make an exception.
Okay.
This would be an amazing bit if you just sat them in a room just to see what would happen. I would listen to that one-way conversation over and over and over.
When he starts having a differentiation in what he's saying, we'll make that happen.
That would be amazing.
Yeah, I'm good with kids, so it would probably work out really well.
Perfect. Husker Online's Steve Sipple joining us. We've spent a little bit of time today, Sip, talking about the quarterback who was at the camp yesterday out of Northwestern College in Iowa, an NAIA All-American, Jalen Gramstad. Where are you at with this situation, this potential addition? Is this even a potential addition, or is it just us kind of talking out of our asses right now?
No, I don't. Interesting way to put it. No, I think it's intriguing. I've halfway convinced myself that they should do it. I don't. The only, I guess, the caveat is I haven't. Listen, what they're probably doing is breaking down his film at a super high level, watching virtually every play. So I've watched highlights, which are kind of hard to find in NAIA, but I watched enough of him to think, yeah, this might make sense. I'd want to see more, and I'm sure that's what they're doing. I want to see, arm. I guess for me, it just comes down to arm strength because he's fast. He's a good runner. Not that that's emphasized, but he has good escapability and just can run he can run the zone read. He understands. He obviously understands the position at a high level. He's a football player. They always talk about how they want football players. They want they stress football guys. He started his career at Northwestern as a safety because they had an All-American quarterback, and he waited, told the coach, "I'll wait, but when it's time, let's do this." And then he took full advantage of it, put up gaudy numbers, and again, I think it's just now the people who saw him, Schaef can speak to this. The people who saw him yesterday said arm strength's not an issue, or at least it didn't appear to be in the camp. But coaches are discerning. They look at things, more discerning than I, certainly. But, I mean, it just looks like something fell into their lap that might be perfect, just perfect. A guy that has experience, he's good, but he's not too good. He's not going to threaten Dylan Raiola, but he could help Dylan Raiola. And if one of the others happen to leave, you have a guy that could be here for 2 years.
So you view it more as a long-term thing than something. Because I feel like there's two conversations. There's the idea that this guy could help them in 2024, which is a fascinating concept to me. And then the idea that it's good depth for Dylan if something were to happen after 2024. So do you think that's
kind of?
Oh, go ahead.
It's all sort of all-encompassing in my brain because of the fact he could play up to 4 games this year and then come back again in 2025. I don't know how it would play out. It's hard to predict those things, right, Mike? I mean, I don't know. But there's the ability, or at least there's his availability is 4 games at the minimum this year, then next year. I don't know how it all shake out. A lot of that would be determined in August. Is he good enough to threaten the number 2? I don't know. I just can't forecast that. I don't have enough information, but maybe he is. I'll be very interested to see what happens in the next day or so if there is interest, and I don't think we know that right now.
Steve Sipple joining us on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Sip, earlier today in your column, I guess you seem pretty bullish on the wide receiver room. Is kind of my takeaway from when I was reading that. Is that an accurate assessment? And if so, why do you feel that way?
Yeah, I'm not over the top bullish. It's better though. I mean, I think it's more representative of what a Big Ten team should look like. Now, Nebraska got hit by injuries last year, and that obviously affected the conversation. But no, I think Garrett McGuire's done a good job of building that room into something that is representative of what Nebraska should have, and what a Big Ten school should have. He's improved the room, and I'm talking mainly about Isaiah Nayor and Jamal Banks, but not exclusively about them, because he's done a good job of developing Jalen Lloyd and Malachi Coleman. Bullock. I would put him in there. I would say that Demetrius Bell was coming. You could see it. I mean, you could just see it early in the spring game. Okay, yeah, they got something here. And then, of course, he hurt his knee. He's done a good job with the room. I mean, the room's in very good shape, and I think now with Malachi, which he wasn't all the way available in the spring. If Garrett said he's available now, full go, so that adds another big, good-looking body to that group. So, yeah, I'm bullish in that it's better. I think it can continue to get better.
Yes,
but it's definitely better.
I think it was a year ago at this time we were talking about the defensive line, and I know you had some concern and apprehension, and now a year later, depending on viewpoints, it's either the strength of Nebraska's team or one of. How did we get here? How did we get to the point where the defensive line is something that the average Husker fan feels extreme confidence in going into the season, when a year ago it wouldn't say that was there at all? It was the opposite.
Well, it wasn't in my mind. I think some people, Mike, there was more confidence in some people's minds. I wondered about depth mainly. Also just overall strength. But what's happened is Nash got much better. You would agree, Nash he kind of had I would say a breakout type year last year. Ty Robinson, good. He's good. He's a good player. You feel good. I saw a photo on Twitter the other day it's just a photo of Robinson, Nash, and Jamari Butler standing at the line of scrimmage, and it really inspires confidence. Some of this is about, so Nash got better. Now they're talking about Jamari Butler, and they're raving about him. But Terrence Knighton said last week that we were just standing watching the camp. He said, "Who do you think's the leader of my room?" We're just shooting the breeze. And I said, "What, Nash probably?" And he said, "No." I said, "Okay, well, it must be Ty." He goes, "No, it's Jamari Butler." and Butler is, he's highly regarded. He's really highly regarded. He thinks that if Knighton thinks if Butler could get to 8 sacks, he's a pro. He thinks Nash is a pro. Everybody, it seems like everybody thinks Ty's a pro. So it starts with that. And then there's this James Williams conversation that sprung up. I didn't know the level of confidence they had with him till last week. And it was Terrence Knighton. So that you throw that in, and they don't think of him as just a pass rush specialist. They think of him as a guy that could be one of the better players on defense. So that affects the conversation. There's still some depth issue. I think there's still, who's playing right behind Nash? I don't know. They have high regard for Cam Lenhart. I always pronounce the name. I have
Sualafotu.
Yeah, they like him a lot. I think Vincent Carroll Jackson's coming. Those guys got to get to where they're good, adequate depth. But all those guys I named, and I probably missed a few, I think they feel really good about.
A year later, kind of assessing everything, how much of it do you think for the jump for the Nashes and the Ties and the Jamaris was having Terrence Knighton and Matt Rule, who defensive lines are pretty much good wherever Matt Rule is, because I think he takes a very active interest in it. How much of it is it those coaches getting the best performances out of them?
It's a lot of that. It's a lot of that. They have to be somewhat or very responsible. Now, I always do this. I do the same thing every time, Mike. I give a lot of credit to players in that conversation too. They're the ones who have to buy into the teaching and then execute the teaching. So I give Nash and Ty and Jamari Butler a lot of credit, and you have to. But they follow the coaching. And Knighton, I think I am unabashedly bullish on coaches who played a long time in the NFL. I just think there's a credibility they have that, not that other coaches can't be effective, because they can't. Obviously, they can. There's zillions of examples. But I know if it was my son, or if it was me as a player, I would probably gravitate towards someone like Knighton, who played 7 years in the NFL and played at a high level in the NFL. So I think that definitely helps. And like you said, I think Rule helps. I think Tony White. I think the Tony White factor is big. They just have a good thing going. I would say they have a really good thing going on that side of the ball. And now you just look. You just want to see a pass rush. You just want to see Jamari Butler get, maybe he can get 7, 8, 9 sacks. And James Williams is what they really believe he is. Then you're in Princewell. What's he have to offer this year? So there's a lot. There's a lot of guys that have a lot of capability.
Hey, Sip, one more from me. With the Ethan Nation news coming down, there's kind of been this reevaluation of the defensive back room. You throw in the injury concerns there as well. Like if you're doing a 1 to 10 scale, just general concerns with the defensive backfield right now, where would that number fall for you?
Well, I want to be polite on this. I don't understand why. I want to say this politely. I'm not sure why the Ethan Nation loss would affect the defense. He wasn't going to be a factor in that. So yeah, you lost a scholarship player, but that doesn't affect one iota the way I look at the defensive backfield. Not in the least. I do wonder about that one corner spot with Bly Hill's injury.
Yeah,
I wondered about it, that Bly Hill was able to capture it, number one. And then when he got hurt, now what? Jeremiah Charles, you love his athleticism, right? He's an elite athlete. But he's a redshirt freshman, so you're not sure, right? And then Hartzog, I like Malcolm Hartzog. He struggled a little bit though last year. I like him a lot, and I think he's probably better at safety, but that doesn't solve that corner spot. So that's otherwise, though. I have no. I think that defensive backfield looks really good, especially safety. I think they're really really well off at safety. I wonder. Well, I'm not going to go down that road, but I mean, when you talk about Buford at safety and Gifford, and then I saw Singleton the other day, and he's a monster. I mean, he's just I don't know. I don't even know why. It's sort of interesting to me that he's not a linebacker at this point. He's so big. But yeah, they have plenty to work with back there.
All right, Sip. A few things as we say goodbye. First of all, Shanktopotamus says, is it just me or does Sipple always seem to show up for his scheduled time when John is not there?
No, that's nothing. There's
pretty interesting.
No, it's not interesting.
Oh, okay.
Happens.
I think he was just excited to talk to me.
Yeah, I think so too. I know I was. Andy writes, I'd have Sipple on my podcast to discuss chain restaurants, especially the Red Lobster fiasco.
I'm not all up on the fiasco. I just know that Lincoln doesn't have one anymore.
And then a texter wanted me to make sure I call you Big Boy. So with that, Sip, goodbye, Big Boy.
Yeah, I had a.
Yeah, I saw.
Yeah, I don't know what I just sort of lost my marbles temporarily. Although I've been told that that's pretty standard fare on Twitter. So
yeah, I didn't think anything of it. I'll be honest. Beyond like, oh, that's normal stuff on Twitter that's happening. Normal Twitter.
It's not very professional on my part. So,
but it was funny.
Kind of.
It was funny.
Kind of funny. Well,
Yeah.
thanks, guys.
Yeah. Hey, are you coming to Omaha for the Men's College World Series? Are we going to see you here next week?
I hope not. I mean, only if I'm forced to do it.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of people would agree with you there. All right, Sip, have a great rest of your week, and we will not talk to you on the air tomorrow.
Okay.
All right, perfect. Goodbye. That is Steve Sipple, our favorite big boy here on 1620 The Zone.
The littlest big boy.
The littlest big boy there is. Oh, all right. Well, I feel like we learned some stuff in there. I was trying to figure out where he was going with the Ethan Nation answer. That was funny.
In the
He's
sense
trying to
that-
be kind. I was like, where is he going with this?
Well, I think so we had this conversation on Husker 24/7, and we were all a little confused why there seems to be so much angst about it.
Yeah.
And I thought about it more, and if I would have asked him one more question, it would have been something along the lines of, is it possible some of that is just built in the fact that they haven't had players leave?
Oh, interesting. I hadn't thought about that.
You really haven't had the chance to basically do the whole, oh, this guy's leaving. What does that mean for the position? So here you're doing one, and it's in a weirder time in June versus, during the transfer portal run.
The biggest loss since Matt Rule arrived in terms of portal guys is Ernest Hausman. But that was a guy who never had even chance to play underneath their tutelage, right? So that's a good point that like they have not really lost anybody in the sense of like, oh,
well, I was
is
thinking
this?
specifically to this offseason, it's just been a lot of kind of quiet. They just haven't had that player upheaval turnover that, everywhere else in the country seems to be experiencing.
Yeah.
And so I find that maybe it's rooted in that idea. And then you combine that with, well, he was someone who could have competed with Bly Hill injured for that cornerback spot. And the other thing is we just don't have a great idea of what that board sort of looks like at corner beyond Bly Hill. You have Tommy Hill over here.
Yeah.
We have Malcolm Hartzog up there at safety, maybe back here at corner now. Well, who else? Dwight Boodle, like what are the names? And these guys haven't played a lot.
Yeah.
And so I think all of that adds into where some of that angst might come from.
Yeah.
But I agree. Like I almost feel like Brunt's asked it in jest when he brought it up today, but he did the same thing if we were putting a number on it. And it was like, I think I was like a 3 or a 4.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't even really know how to do this.
How much of it too, and I think Happer brought this up on his show yesterday, is the Tommy Hill of it all. Whereas like he has been a player that I think opinions have really swung in a different direction towards the end of last season, where it's like, but now because of the other Hill injury, like he's going to have to be relied upon in a much different way. Maybe
Without giving it all away, and I don't want to redo it all again. I had like kind of went on a rant in our. Keep referencing this podcast. People should listen.
Must be a great pod. I'm going to check it out.
Stop doing that.
Subscribe today.
The general idea is, and part of why I wanted to talk about the defensive line, I think one of the things that we do too often, and especially in the midst of this drought of winning, is everything is instantly needs to be this type of player, has to be this level of impact. And when it's not, they get just like discarded or assume that they're never going to get better.
Yes.
Like Nash Hutmaker made a jump, but if you think about it, it was like the time where he should probably be making that jump. He's a veteran. He's in the 4th year of his program. He's got a new coaching staff that can help harness him in different ways. And he went out and provided all of the reasons why he was a freak when you got him in the 2020 class. Same with Ty Robinson. And so for me, a lot of it, when we talk about Tommy Hill, really talented athlete that got here in the worst of circumstances in the last year of Scott Frost, where everything is just, Pirates code, everyone for themselves, playing multiple different positions, had no stability
was
whatsoever.
On the other side of the ball.
Shows up for Matt Rule and doesn't work the way that Matt Rule wants to. Well, the conversation was never, does Tommy have talent? He's unquestionably one of the best athletes in that program. It was, how can we utilize him and win football games? And what does that look like? And what is the best version of him? And it takes time for these guys to get to the best versions of who they're going to be. And took him 3 years to get there. And a stop and a start by going to Arizona State, then coming to Nebraska and having a completely different staff. Like, we want so badly for it to just click immediately that you forget it takes time for them to get to where they need to go.
The funny thing is, the older that I get, and I'm not going to do the thing where a young person says, "Oh my gosh, I'm so old," but like I'm in my mid-30s now. I feel like I have my outlook on a lot of different things has changed. The thing that I am trying to maybe do better at is when I talk about these players, not the whole like they're kids. No, but it's just 18 is young, 19 is young. And like the idea of like what you just said, I think is a great cautionary tale in case it doesn't start perfectly with like a Dylan Raiola.
Yeah.
Like, everyone thinks it's going to. And like, I think he's going to be good this year, but he's also a first-year starter at the Power 5 level and has, Ohio State and Wisconsin and Iowa and Colorado. And not that Colorado is as good as those teams, but in a moment that is going to perhaps define this season, like that's a lot. It's a lot to put on these shoulders. And yet we always do it. And I always will, but it's also, I don't know. I think more about, mindset of athletes now than I did when I was even 5 years younger, let alone 10 or 15.
I think like the way I'm trying to think of it now, or trying to do a better job with this, because I'm guilty of it too. I'm not trying to like throw stones here and act like I haven't had these thoughts too, where it's like, all right, after 2 years, I haven't seen anything.
Yeah, time to move on.
I think the transfer portal has made it to where it's like the expectation is what you're going to bring in is a ready-made project or product, whereas a lot of them are projects.
Are project players, yeah.
And, Elijah Judy is that, and he comes in the portal and he barely played at Texas A&M. And so what was the expectation that if he was barely playing at Texas A&M that he was going to immediately help out? And we did this with, whether it was Stephon Wynn or all these other defensive linemen. And the expectation is these guys are going to be like ready to go. That's not really what it is. And then we always want to talk about the 90s and the success and all of it. But the thing that we don't do enough of is the reason that they were so good for so long is that while you had your shooting stars, your Grant Wistroms, your Ralph Browns, your Tommy Frazier's, you had a whole host of guys that had to go year by year, progression by progression, to then they were juniors and then they blew out. Yeah. Or they were seniors and then they blew up. And if Nebraska is going to be the developmental program that it seeks to be under Matt Rule, it's going to take that progression like we're seeing with the defensive line. And part of that conversation we had was the idea that a guy like James Williams goes from being a, 3 games, he was a 15 snap guy, to now you're hoping you're getting those 15 snaps across all of the games, but maybe you're getting more. And those 15 snaps that Riley Van Poppel was getting in all of those games, maybe you're getting more.
That's a lot.
And so when Sipple's talking about that depth, to me, all I'm thinking in my head is they're building that. It's harder for us to see it because, one, it's the defensive line, and it's really hard for people to judge that aren't football people. And 2, it doesn't just like happen in a video game. It's not like we just get to see a +2 go over everybody.
Oh, he's an 89 overall
and
now.
So what's great about what's happening in Nebraska is these guys aren't leaving, so it allows them to build that depth. So when Nash Hutmaker does leave, Sula Fotu and Riley Van Poppel and Vincent Carroll Jackson are in better positions to take over, and Nebraska doesn't necessarily have to drop off. And so then the level of fluctuation within the program is not nearly as severe. And so it all just feels like it builds on each other in that way. And the program's better for that if they can continue to do it.
Yeah.
What felt so much of the Riley Frost is like these wild swings of, now we got to go get this. And now this guy's got to be good right away. And then, you get into this trap where if it doesn't work immediately, you cast it to the side.
Yeah. That was good stuff.
Yeah.
Still have some content coming up. What's for dinner and more as we wind down on this Tuesday. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct with Mike Schaefer here on 1620 The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
I received a text that I had to look into during the break. Did you hear about the pandas coming back to America? China made America give all the zoo pandas back. Now China's giving some back, and we're just accepting them. Like China doesn't have cameras.
Like
that
they
are
are bugged. The pandas are bugged.
Do you think the pandas that China is giving us back are bugged? Do you think they're listening to us with the pandas?
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Mostly sunny and very warm into the evening with the temperatures in the upper 80s. Mostly clear to partly cloudy later tonight. It'll be mid-60s for the lows. And then mostly sunny, breezy, and hot Wednesday, a high in the mid-90s. Maybe a scattered storm off to the east of us into the evening. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Rainby from KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, we've got a wreck blocking the left shoulder on westbound I-80 at 96th. It's causing delays all the way back to 24th. Avoid westbound I-80 this evening. We've also got a crash blocking the center lane on eastbound Dodge just after 120th. That's causing stop-and-go traffic back to at least 150th. Delays on eastbound I-80 between 680 and 72nd. If you're west on Dodge, delays go from 108th to 132nd. And then slow going on eastbound Industrial Road between 156th and 144th. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Romeo's Mexican Food and Pizza.
Enjoy Romeo's Grande Pizza and Taco Combo. One large 2-topping pizza, 4 soft-shell tacos, chips, and queso dip for only $29.99. Only at Romeo's. Carry out only.
Romeo's Mexican Food and Pizza.
Not your typical restaurant.
Welcome to this episode of RV Ready, brought to you by Leach Camper Sales in Council Bluffs. Outdoors?
Leach Camper Sales has a great website.
LeachCamper.com.
Folks can see what they want and then head out. Don't forget,
the coffee's always on.
Host is roasting every morning.
Host Coffee Services stands as the vibrant heart of every break room, offering the unique fusion of traditional quality and modern flair. We're not just your coffee provider, we're the center of memorable workplace moments. Call us today.
Proudly serving Nebraska since 1972. Host Coffee Services is always roasting something good for you.
News Talk 1290 Coil is your radio home for Omaha Storm Chasers baseball, proud AAA affiliate of the Kansas City Royals. Tune in to hear every pitch, every hit, and every out as the Chasers play at Warner Park and across the International League in 2024. With the voice of the Omaha Storm Chasers, Nick Batters, on News Talk 1290 Coil.
Tune in at 1290 Coil all season long for your Omaha Storm Chasers baseball as they take on the International League. It's Storm Chasers baseball on 1290 Coil.
Hey everybody, it's Michael Smith for Ted and Wally's Premium Ice Cream. 2 locations in the old market right off of Jackson Street and also in Benson right next to Taste of New Orleans. You know, one of the toughest things about the summer is trying to figure out what you're going to do with the kids, right? You got to fill some time. It's a great time to go visit either one of the Ted and Wally's locations. Your kids are going to love getting some ice cream. You're going to love getting out of the house. It is a win-win for both of you. So whether you're going downtown and checking out the old market and getting you some ice cream or going to Benson and getting some Taste of New Orleans, stop by and tell them Severe sent you.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
Leia, you whore!
The 1620 The Zone.
Josh Peterson, Mike Schaefer. We will save wooden bats and rubber hats for tomorrow because
Gonna be mad at you.
I know. The question is, who will win the Jell-O Shot Challenge, which is the topic that sweeps Omaha at this time of year.
Ooh.
It is. So we will do that tomorrow.
Are you going to put odds on it?
I mean, if you want to, we could.
I feel like there's a strong favorite.
Okay, so we'll do that on tomorrow's show. Also coming up tomorrow. Oh, Mike Schaefer is our guest. Rats, you're filling in again tomorrow. So we'll have to figure out that situation.
We can still play your open around 250 if that'll make you.
Oh yeah, make you feel right at home.
Yeah,
That's okay. Great. We'll also have dumb debates tomorrow and more. If you missed it, the news came down, I think, towards the end of yesterday's show. Dan Hurley is remaining in college. He is staying at UConn. The offer, I was surprised at how low the offer reportedly was from the Lakers. I thought that he was going to be getting offered upwards of about $20 million a year because Steve Kerr makes 17. He is the number one paid. Yeah, isn't that wild? Steve Kerr makes 17.
You just saying that and me looking at it and thinking he turned down a lot of money.
Yeah. And so I thought that he was going to get around that much. He did not get around that much. He got closer to what, $11 or $12 million a year. I think it's 6 years, $70 million.
Embarrassing.
Big deal. Is this a big deal at all on either end? Is this like, thank God for college basketball, or haha at the Lakers? Or does Mike Schaefer even really care?
I mean, it's like, I think it's a big deal for college basketball. It looks like a win in the sense that, one of the faces of your sport is remaining. It's also weird to call a coach a face of a sport, but that's what it is in college basketball. Obviously a huge win for UConn, maybe a small loss for Creighton because
John wanted him to come back.
Well, Big East guy, John.
Oh yeah.
Famously Big East
Welcome
guy.
to the Big East.
Welcome to the Big East.
I don't know that it means that much for the Lakers. I also, if you look at it from the Hurley perspective, it's not like he has to leave now or that there won't be other opportunities later. I kind of viewed it in the Nick Saban sense of, okay, you might as well go see what you can do at this level if that's the idea.
You've done all that you can do.
You can always
college.
come back and dominate
that was
at the college.
One of the first things that we talked about when it all went down.
And so to me, it made sense for him to take it, to challenge yourself in that regard. But I could also see if it comes with the strings attached of the LeBron James trappings. Like maybe he's
the
more
end
interested,
of his career.
Maybe he's more interested in going somewhere where you don't have that. Or, and this is what it seems more likely to me, there's just an ocean between coaching grown men and coaching
100%
scholarship athletes.
Well, and the thing about him too is like, and John and I talked about this a lot. His success, I think, is totally based off of, I mean, not totally, but in large part based off of who he is as a person and how that is so perfect for college. And how like I see like Jim Harbaugh, for example, has been really good at both levels. And it's obvious to see why I think he has been good at both levels. But it's also obvious to see why. Well, I think here's a good example. I'm surprised that Pete Carroll was as successful in Seattle, given that I thought he was a college rah-rah guy, and I thought that the rah-rah nature would eventually wear thin. And yet, even into his last year, they didn't make the playoffs, but Seattle was still a franchise that was a force to be reckoned with. They weren't as good as they were a decade ago. I just, the positives of Hurley, I just didn't know if they would translate to the next level,
I'm more interested in having this Pete Carroll conversation than I am in the Hurley one. Because
Classic.
I think one of the things that Pete Carroll has done maybe better than most coaches is that he can adapt to the people, but also just where society is. Because Kevin O'Connell is very much a rah-rah guy.
Mm-hmm.
And the way that the Vikings chose Kevin O'Connell over Jim Harbaugh, in large part because he is a rah-rah guy versus maybe more heavy-handed with whatever you want to call Jim Harbaugh. But every story of Jim Harbaugh after he leaves, save for the most recent one at Michigan,
because they won a national title,
embroiled in its own weird level of controversy that we don't have to talk about. It's about how bad the culture was by the time he left town. So particularly how bad things were with the 49ers. And so the fact that Pete Carroll is that guy, I think allowed him to get better performances from the current environment. It's just a different age of player.
Yeah, for sure.
I think it's more of that. I think Sean McVay is more of that.
But
does Kyle Shanahan is more of that.
Does it surprise you though when he left USC in 2010 or 2009? Did you think that he would have the success that he did in the NFL?
I definitely didn't think he would have the level of success that he did
But did you think it could
But
translate?
I thought he was a really good coach, and I think I quickly because he was a really good coach before he was at USC. I mean, he went to a Super Bowl with the Patriots.
No, that was Parcells.
Was that Parcells?
Yeah, that was Parcells.
Why did I
he
think that
took
was
them
Pete
to
Carroll?
He took them to the playoffs, but he was always a guy that was like solid, but
Okay.
never
For some
amazing.
reason, I thought that was Pete Carroll.
Yeah,
he's been in less Super Bowls than I realized. Anyways, there's something, and a lot of it is I've heard him in interviews, and he's just he doesn't come across as a football coach in a lot of ways when he's just talking about society. Or he did who did he do the podcast with?
Steve Kerr.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's different.
Yeah, he definitely is.
He and Steve Kerr are more similar, and Steve Kerr is different.
Yeah.
And they're not, and so I think if they actively try to surround themselves with like-minded people or have a good pulse for how to push those buttons, they can be successful in ways that, some people really want the heavy-handedness and some people don't. And I think he's successful in that way.
A couple comments real fast before we go to break and get to some content.
That was Parcells?
That was Parcells. It's my first Super Bowl I ever watched, Super Bowl 31.
Man, we spend way too much time talking about Packers Super Bowls.
I know. I apologize. Jacob texts in. He says, not enough people want to talk about how LeBron just wanting to be in LA is delaying discourse about how bad of an owner Jeannie Buss is. Aside from the Mickey Mouse bubble title, been pretty not great for the ownership or the front office. I mean, that is as a former diehard Laker fan, that is like the epitome of like the idea of a Nepo baby. Like what has happened to that franchise since the end of Jerry Buss and him losing his faculties a little bit and then passing it down to his children and the whole fight over what was going to happen there.
Can we just discuss how sad it is that winning time is over?
I still haven't ever even watched the end of the season.
Why?
Because the show is done, and I was like, I don't know if I want to watch the finale.
Were
where
you
it
even
fast
enjoying
forward.
the second season?
I liked it. Yeah,
I liked it a lot. I had a feeling it probably wasn't going to continue on. I think you'd like the finale. I think it's worth watching.
Yeah, it was a joint watching show, and then we just never got around to it. And so I'd feel bad if I just went and watched it by myself. Yeah. So we still haven't finished Only Murders in the Building last season.
There's got to be a line that you can draw on that. Though.
There's a show that's like 3 years old, the series finale that I want to get around and watch. But
how do you keep ending up on series finales that you don't finish?
I talk to her.
Well, I can't. She's not here.
That's true. Well, next time we have lunch, we can ask her about this situation. So yeah, I'll get around to it. I hope at some point in time. Coming up in content today, Mr. Mike Schaefer. Let's see. You pissed off some people yesterday with your uniform takes. Aaron,
people or you?
People.
Oh wow, people.
Yeah, more than one. Aaron Rodgers. You love opining about Aaron Rodgers. And Graham Mertz.
Oh,
Graham Mertz.
Former Florida great Graham Mertz.
No, current Florida great.
Oh, he's still there. That's
yeah,
right. He came
former
back.
Wisconsin great.
That's right.
Yeah. Graham Mertz and more in content next on 1620 The Zone.
Now live on Twitch, YouTube, and 1620thezone.com.
How powerful is Cox Fiber? Powerful enough to let your band members in Vegas, Phoenix, and Omaha jam like you're all in the same garage. Introducing Cox Fiber from the company with the fastest download speeds 9 years in a row. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, always building better. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and restrictions may apply. Analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence in Las Vegas, Omaha, Phoenix. Fixed median download speeds Q2 2016 to Q1 2024.
Seasons change. Why not your tech? Upgrade now during the Dell Technologies summer sale event and save on select PCs like the XPS 16 powered by Intel Core processors. You'll be able to bring your most intensive projects to life with built-in AI, minimalistic design, immersive visuals, and cinematic audio. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to exceptional tech and electronics plus free shipping on everything. Amazing prices await you for a limited time only at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Attention baseball fans, are you ready for the ultimate college baseball championship experience this summer? Tickets for Less is giving you the chance to win big with their CWS VIP contest. One lucky winner, you're going to score 2 tickets to Game 4 of the CWS on Saturday, June 5th at 6 p.m. Plus, you'll get 2 all-inclusive VIP tailgate passes and a parking pass. Don't miss the shot at an unforgettable game day experience. Enter now at ticketsforless.com/contest for your chance to win the ultimate prize. That's ticketsforless.com/contest. The winner will be announced once the field is set for the series.
You go into your shower feeling
But as soon as you reach for the Irish Spring, your day immediately gets better. That crisp, fresh, unmistakable Irish Spring scent zings your brain and awakens your senses. So when you finally emerge from the shower, 37 minutes later, because you pay the water bill so you can stay in there as long as you want, you're ready to take on the day and smell great doing it. Irish Spring Body Wash and Bar Soap. Fresh, green, Irish. Shop now at Walmart.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit.
A team succeeds when they work together. Banking's no different. At UBT, we're in your corner for every financial move you want to make. Your money's backed by a roster of experts who put in the work to know you and your community. So whether you're opening a savings account, buying a home, or planning your future, you always know who to turn to. Working together toward your financial goals. That's a win in our playbook. Union Bank and Trust. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
All right, Mike Schaefer and Nick Grimm. It's time for some unsportsmanlike content.
That's right. I'm still here.
Nick is wow. Do you feel like you haven't opined a whole lot today, Nick?
I haven't had a whole lot to opine. I've been enjoying listening to you and Schaef opine.
Sorry, we've been talking a lot of football. There hasn't been as much baseball for you to talk about today, Nick. Yeah. Well,
now I feel bad that when I go in, Nick doesn't get to talk as much.
Well,
no, it's okay. It's compelling, Schaef. You're fun to listen to.
Compelling Mike Schaefer. All right, Nick. Well, let's see what you got for us. What did you write down today?
Well, not only is Schaef compelling, he's also inflammatory.
Oh, wow. Classic Schaefer.
Schaef, yesterday you and Happer triggered folks with your discussion on alternate uniform season. We're oh so close. Why, oh, why did you upset the people with this rhetoric?
Interesting question.
How did I upset them? By pointing out Nebraska's never won a game in a black jersey?
But the jerseys were cool.
They weren't cool. They were terrible.
How were they terrible? They're the same jersey, except it's black.
The Noids are better.
Because
no, they
they're
are
bad.
not, Nick. They're bad.
They're bad.
Wow. Great
Here's
job
why they're
breaking
bad.
it down.
And I made this whole rant. Did you listen to what I said?
Of course I did. I
Happer?
listen to you
yes,
every
because you sent
Monday.
me that text.
Yeah, I did.
Which was not what you should have taken away from that.
I was just quoting you.
Unfortunately, that is true. I said this then. I will repeat it now. I am very much a traditionalist when it comes to the college football uniform. I don't want to turn on a Penn State game and see them wearing green. I don't want to, like
they've never done that.
I'm just saying, I don't
Now
need
they
to see
should.
teams be weird for the sake of being weird. But if you're going to do it, then just like really do it. Which is why, mostly in jest, I talk about the Nebraska-Wisconsin uniforms with the giant letters, and they were just atrociously terrible. But if you're going to go for it, go for it. It's like, all right, let's use this as an example. You have all these City Connect jerseys that are coming out.
Yeah.
And after the initial run of them, where the feedback was basically like, oh, these are kind of out
Bad?
there.
Oh.
And then it becomes, well, what if we just go with the most muted, boring version of slightly different?
I don't think that's what any of them are. I feel like they're all weird and garbage. Have you seen the White Sox ones? What about the Mariners? They have black pants with a blue jersey.
But I'm saying, like, as we've gotten further into it, the teams that didn't start off at the beginning are now like getting a little bit.
Everyone's defaulting to blue.
I mean, Cleveland has the most, like, it's basically just past uniforms. Like, it's a retro uniform, and then it says CLE on it. I like the hat. The two-tone hat is great. Everything else is just whatever.
The Cardinals.
But I want my traditional Nebraska, Penn State, USC out. Like I
Who
turn
else
on a
is in on
game.
tradition?
I want to see that.
Yeah.
Black is not traditional for
It's
Nebraska.
on the PDF though.
It's not. Nobody cares.
I do.
PDFs didn't exist when football started. Doesn't matter.
Damn it, you're right.
Jets coach Robert Saleh.
Saleh.
I always struggle with his name
You're
because
an NFL boy.
no,
now,
I get
man.
I read it.
Robert Saleh.
Saleh.
Got it.
Told reporters that quarterback Aaron Rodgers was not at minicamp today, an unexcused absence that is subject to fines. Saleh said it was for an event important to him. So it begins.
I mean, what's the event
bet he was-
that is important to? Do we want to know?
I bet he was an Alex
All
Jones.
the BS that's not about winning needs to get out of the building.
Hey, this guy doesn't like controversies, and he wants to focus on the football field.
Yeah, let's get back to the winning. That's what needs to happen.
Of all the takes that you've ever had, I probably asked you this before, but your Aaron Rodgers one, that one has to be the one you're most proud of.
So it's a weird take because it's never been that he hasn't been a very good quarterback.
But that he's like
it's always been that he's a suspect human being.
Yeah, and you were right on that.
To the degree of which that I can know this.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I feel vindicated in that regard.
That's good.
So
Yeah,
I got that
vindicated
going
boy.
for me.
Tom Chattel asked a question today in his column. Will Omaha miss the Olympic swim trials? Well, will it?
Why is that the voice for recently elected into the Hall of Fame, Tom Chattel?
Congrats, Tom Chattel.
Yeah.
No.
Talking to former city employees of Omaha.
Oh, what do they say?
Kind of a big deal that they don't have the swim trials anymore.
Really?
Yeah, it's a loss.
I feel like people are kind of pumped because they don't have to deal with another thing.
So Omaha has event fatigue?
I think they did with the swim trials.
Wow.
We were out on the swimming.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Do you miss the swim trials?
No, but I never went to it.
I only went in the first year.
Yeah.
They should just swim in the river.
It's more so the idea that
doing that in France.
It was something that they had the opportunity to host. It doesn't seem likely they're going to be able to host it going forward.
Nah, it's in Indy this year.
But it's also one of those where Omaha doesn't get a lot of opportunities to host big stuff. Like there's a big difference between being fatigued to think of building, random stadiums throughout your city to accommodate stuff and then hosting a large event. Now, the fact it butts up against the CWS is really kind of where the problem is.
I couldn't agree more. And
if it was at a different calendar time,
yeah,
I think people would genuinely miss
like if it
having
was like a May event,
yeah,
I think you're right. I think that's where the fatigue was. It's not that we had it; it was that it overlapped with the College World Series, and
Agreed.
it made those few days really, really hard.
Mike Schaefer's coworker that didn't appear on the show today asked a question in their message board yesterday. What's the sneakiest game on Nebraska's schedule in 2024? The one people won't talk about enough, but is key to pushing things along. What say you?
I believe my answer in that thread was Purdue, because I feel like where it sort of falls in the schedule, the fact that Nebraska has gone into West Lafayette in 2015 and 2019 and just gave games away against inferior teams. You don't want to do that. And it's hard because it's the first road game, so it's not like it's going to sneak up on you in that regard. But I just think it's one of those games that you can't really afford to give away. And Purdue's going to be solid, and I think they have a good coach in Ryan Walters. They're going to play hard. But that's just one of those places where I think that 2019 game just derailed Nebraska's season.
It totally did.
I mean, they had that game won in the first quarter and then lost it.
A lot of people have brought up Indiana, and I think that's a really good answer. It's coming off of a
where
bye,
it falls in the schedule is
right
really
for Ohio
good.
State.
Yeah.
I'm gonna actually go with the one that's before Indiana and before that off week, and that one's Rutgers.
Yeah.
We continue to talk, and we will continue to talk about the front half of the schedule.
How
that
do you-
ends the 6-game stretch, the 5th home game in 6 games. That is a massive game coming off the Purdue one.
I saw multiple people on our message board basically say they think that's the toughest of Nebraska's first 7 games of their opponent.
People are kind of high on Rutgers. I've
Yeah.
noticed that reading a little bit of the
Greg
trades.
Schiano gotten things going.
Their schedule apparently is like cake this year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, very easy.
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Christian McCaffrey is on the Madden cover for this year's game. You want to make the same obvious joke everyone else did today?
Haven't seen it, haven't heard it.
Oh, he's going to get injured. The Madden curse.
Yeah, no, I get that. I'm
Oh.
just saying I haven't seen it, hadn't heard it.
Oh,
so
okay.
I was answering.
Oh, you were answering the first
the
half of the
initial
question.
couple questions.
Yeah. Do you want to make any
Have you
jokes?
seen it? Have you?
Yeah.
No, I don't really have a joke.
Okay.
He didn't lead the 49ers to a Super Bowl, so I still live in the technically correct.
Wow.
On that text message from 2 years ago.
I'm still upset.
Or 2 seasons ago.
I'm still upset. You were like, this trade's not that big of a deal. This isn't going to alter anything in football. And it has altered things.
What has been altered?
The 49ers are great.
Pray I don't alter it further.
Great in the inferior conference.
You just say that because you beat them last year on Monday Night Football.
It was wonderful.
You must be nice. Dallas loses every time they play the 49ers.
I think he had a fumble in that game. Didn't even have 100 yards rushing. Christian who, I say.
Christian who?
They play him in week 2. He'll probably run for 3,000 yards.
Nick, do the other question above that one as we finish up.
Florida quarterback Graham Mertz has inked an NIL partnership with Mercedes-Benz of Gainesville.
What?
Remember when people thought he was the missing piece for Wisconsin's conference title hopes?
How did he not ink a deal with Saturn?
Are Saturn still vehicles?
No.
Is he still a quarterback?
Well, apparently, I'd forgotten this. I looked it up earlier today. He had a pretty good touchdown to interception ratio last year.
What was his completion percentage?
I think that was solid too. Now his yards per attempt was probably super low, but God, Florida. That is going to be a fascinating team.
They're up there, most combustible team.
Yeah,
He had 20 touchdowns to 3 interceptions.
picks.
Look at that QBR.
What is it?
69.
Nice. You love Schaef. You love QBR.
It is an advanced stat, and I am known as a proponent of advanced stats.
You know what you are also known as?
No.
A proponent of food and great food.
I do like food.
You do like food. So coming up next, it's time for the segment that is sweeping the country. It's time for What's for Dinner. We'll kind of explain the rules to you because I'm pretty sure this might be like the first time that you've been here for What's for Dinner. So we'll have some of that for you.
Dinner boy.
Dinner boy. So we'll do that when we return. We will also preview tomorrow's show.
Are people bringing us dinner?
No, but that'd be cool. if
That did
people
happen Friday.
Yeah, someone brought us fried chicken. It was awesome.
Did you leave it in the studio again? Because I was here the last time.
Oh, I
that
forgot
happened.
about that happening.
And I got text messages to prove it.
Many people texted. All right, so we'll have What's for Dinner when we return. Josh Peterson, Mike Schaefer, and Nick Grimm. It's on Sportsmanlike Conduct, 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Watching a ball game at Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill is pretty awesome. Oscar's offers the MLB package, so your team is always on their upgraded audio-video system, and nothing is better than watching the game with a cold frosty one, Oscar's Pizza, or award-winning char-buffed wings. And with daily lunch and dinner specials, it's really a no-brainer. So get ready to watch your favorite team play ball at Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill, 173rd and West Center Road, and takeout at 162nd and Maple.
Gary Sharp for Lindley Clothing. Summertime is here, and your wardrobe could use a Lindley Clothing fit check. I know they've helped me. Anytime is the right time to look and feel my best with Lindley Clothing. And right now, 25% off all spring and summer sportswear. Shorts, polos, short sleeve shirts, 25% off. Plus, if you mention my name, you'll get a free gift with a purchase of $25 or more. 25% off spring and summer sportswear. So what are you waiting for? Head to Lindley Clothing, 132nd and West Dodge in the Linden Market. They're ready to get your fit check right. And don't forget Father's Day coming up June 16th.
It's going to be another sizzling hot summer. Stay cool with 35% off new Champion windows. Don't burn your money on high energy bills. Get new energy efficient windows from Champion. 35% off. Plus, get an extra $100 off every window you replace. The more you buy, the more you save. We help you choose the best design options for your home. We then build your project in our very own factory. Our install team manages your project every step of the way, and it's all backed by our lifetime guarantee. Plus, we're giving away the chance to win a $50,000 home makeover. Enter online today. Turn your house into your dream home with more livable space in a new Champion sunroom, or enhance your curb appeal with new siding. Now 35% off. Don't wait. This sale won't last long. 35% off windows, sunrooms, and siding. Plus, get an extra $100 off every window you replace. Call 877-GO-CHAMPION or visit championsavenow.com to schedule a free in-home estimate today. All discounts apply to our regular prices. Select styles apply. Minimum purchase required. Cannot be combined with other advertised offers. See store or website for details.
Hey, you hear that? That's the sound of loose change in your pocket reminding you to buy a 99-cent medium fountain drink from Casey's. So the next time you hear this, you already know where to go. 99-cent medium fountain drinks. It's not crazy. It's Casey's.
For the second year, the Nebraska Lottery's NASCAR Powerball Playoff promotion has roared into our state, and the excitement is throttling up. Until June 24th, buy a Powerball ticket with Power Play and Double Play. Enter the voucher number, and you could be one of 15 Nebraska winners of $1,000 and the chance to win a VIP trip to the NASCAR Cup Series Championship weekend, plus a shot at $1 million. Enter today. Powerball top prize odds 1 in 292 million.
If you've got heart, come on out to Werner Park. We're gonna make some memories with the Chasers family.
Nothing says summer like take me out to the ball game. And you won't want to miss the sights and sounds at an Omaha Storm Chasers game. Catch all the action happening at Werner Park this summer. It's fun for the whole family. Single game tickets and group packages are available at omahastormchasers.com. That's omahastormchasers.com.
Everyone get on your feet, stir up the storm, we're family.
You're going to feel a puff of air.
Strong's Optometry has set their sights on staffing up.
Try the next line. Hey, Kim, can you tell our 2 o'clock we're running 15 behind? Sorry, we're a bit backed up today.
He needs an optometric technician to keep an eye on it all.
Where are the dilation drops?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Now, Unsportsmanlike Conduct
Unsportsmanlike conduct, you better ask it.
with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first. He's tough as a Woolworth steak. And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.